Howdy, howdy. Believe it or not, we do some streaming around here. I know, you guys tuned in. You tuned in. There's no audio? There should be audio. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that would be strange, because I just tested it. I know you guys tune in for the slideshow. Like, believe me, I get it. Everybody's, like, extra disappointed, you know? When the slideshow goes away and I spend the next, 3 hours, 50 minutes or so just kind of rambling. But, you know, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. And at the end of the day, isn't Thunderhead what you need? Isn't it just... Oh, that's kind of a weird sentence, actually. That's yeah. I said it out loud, then immediately it was like, that could be taken, like, it's not even great in context, but out of context it's even worse. What else is new? What else is new? How are we doing today, folks? Yeah, Roland just threw up in his mouth a little bit, so mission accomplished, I suppose. How are we doing? I hope we're doing well. Day 3 of post-vaccine yuck. Oh, I am so sorry to hear that. Roland, that is a bad time. Tea time with Terran. I like that. It's like a little bit of a play on words, because it's, you know, tea time, like golf, but it's tea with an A. I like a little bit of wordplay. Tea time with Terran, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Manro Fasal, 12 months of that Prime sub, holy shit. I keep forgetting to give my Prime sub out, like I have it, and I keep forgetting to actually use it for people. Why do you feel betrayed? Metalcore Collectibles feels betrayed by whom? Who hurt you, Metalcore Collectibles? Was it Roland? Because if Roland hurt you, it's probably only because he's hurting. That's why we hurt people at the end of the day. You know? Because we ourselves hurt inside. Sometimes, not all the time. Some people just suck. Hurt people, hurt people. I like that. Just a comma in the middle, you know? Hurt people, hurt people. Just say it twice to reiterate how awesome it is hurting people. I don't remember how Lucille actually said that in the show, but it was that same general sentiment where she was like, I like that. Hurt people, hurt people. Oh man, it's been a while. It's been a while since I watched Arrested Development. I know that show has a bunch of jokes in it that are meant for, like, second or subsequent watchings. Like, I know there are a bunch of hints that Buster's gonna lose his hand, like he loses his big hand chair, his big plastic chair, well before he joins the army. And he has a line where he's like, I never thought I'd miss a hand so much. And this is like a long time before he joins the army and his hand gets bitten off by a seal. I know Job has a line in there with the seal where he's like, you're not gonna be hand-fed anymore. It's like, I need to go back and rewatch it again, because, like, I've caught some of them, and there are others people tell me about that I didn't catch. There's a moment when Charlize Theron's character is sitting on a bench for Little Britain, or for Wee Britain, sorry, is what it's called, and she's covering up the letters so that it says Wee Brain, and of course she turns out to be mentally disabled later on. Mentally retarded female, Mr. F. Jesus, that show is funny. It has been a while. What's the occasion for the bright orange shirt? I put it on. I put it on this morning when I got up. I need to wear more colors. I'm always wearing just like black and gray or nerdy, ironic slogans. There wasn't really much of an occasion. It's a new shirt. I just got it, so I was like, let me try this on. Let me see how this does. And as it turns out, it does pretty well. It fits nicely. How are we doing today, folks? Said you were going to be finishing some MCC stuff today. I am, actually, Metalcore Collectibles. I'm going to be mostly working later on getting Warcaster stuff, but I have this Oryx out, and I want to do the cockpit work on him, and then I want to dust up his legs. But then I'm going to have to set him aside as the weathering powders on his legs kind of set. So I'm going to be doing that first, along with some buildings that I got for Pacific Rim Extinction, and then I'm going to be shifting over to work on Warcaster, but that shouldn't take too long. And then Tuesday, which is going to be a Battletech-centric day, we're going to have some more Metalcore collectibles to work on. I think, actually, if you hit right now, I realized this just before I went on and I didn't change it, but my exclamation point... Oh, I broke its arms off. Yeah, no, I was actually going to work on that Metalcore collectibles, and I dropped it, and I broke the Tyrant's arms completely off. And I need to do a little bit of a pin and repair on that before I can keep painting it, which is a little bit embarrassing, but it's what I get for putting so much plastic on a single base. But yeah, that was my bad. Oh man, yeah, I think if you hit exclamation point model, you'll actually get an inaccurate readout for today because I had to shift my plans a little bit. It will, however, include a little shout out to Metalcore Collectibles, and by the way, guys, if you are ever curious about Metalcore's amazing work, you can now in chat hit exclamation point Metalcore, and you will get a link. A wonderful, wonderful link right over to a site where you can browse his fantastic work and pick up some of his mechs and vehicles for yourself. How are we doing today, everybody? We got Roland, we've got Project Dark Fox, there's White Wolf to Square in early Darkheart X9. Good to see you. There's Data Nerd. Coming down, coming down, coming down. There's all the zeros. All the zeros. Weird, he says. It gets a little strange in here from time to time. But you know, if you're not getting weird with it, what's the point of even being here on this earth? Nosferatu, good to see you, man. How are you doing? And then, of course, Tea Time with Terran. Good to see ya. Oh, Hethrir snuck in, too. This weekend is a steaming pile of shit. Oh my god, that bad, huh? I know that Hethrir has recently had an unfortunate, and I won't air any of your laundry, my friend, unless that's something that you would like to do or talk about, but I know that Hethrir has had something of a personal loss very recently. Hethrir, I'm very, very sorry that, you know, these inevitable and unfortunate circumstances crop up for all of us sometimes, but, you know, I'm here for you if you need to talk, man, and I hope that you're holding up. There, of course, is Hamburg Tack. Good to see ya. Amateur Paint Hour, welcome in. Multiple watchings are 100% where, yeah, I need to start another watch, I believe. Rodan asking, didn't catch the end of the last stream, how did you like using the oils? I fucking loved it, if I'm being honest. I'm kind of looking forward to this, and I'm going to go with the name Thalo Thursday. I'm kind of looking forward to digging into oils again. I think we'll be able to get more work done because I'm feeling a little bit more confident in how I applied them. Every time I look over at the belchers I was working on with oil, I'm like, that actually went really well. And I'm very, very glad that I did the prep work last time to bottle and pre-thin my oils and get my little disposable palette, because it flowed very naturally and very easily. I didn't have to focus so much on the individual mechanics, and I think the more that I work with oils, the easier it's going to get. That's a weird concept. It's kind of a concept that we pioneered here at Thunderhead Studio. For those of you who might be wondering, how do I get good at something? This is sort of my patented technique. You won't hear this technique talked about a lot, just in the world. But if you want to get good at something, and you do that thing a whole lot of times, just like keep doing the thing, each time you do the thing, you get a little bit better at doing the thing. We need a name for it. I don't think we've come up with anything yet. Repetitious. The Thunderhead method, I like that pretty well. You know? I'm a little surprised no one's thought of this yet. You know? Like I looked around, but sometimes the great ideas just sneak up on you, you know? Twitch ads are being dumb. I am so sorry about that, Nosferatu. Lately they've been a bit aggressive. But apparently they're making you watch them twice? You shouldn't have to watch any Twitch ads past the initial roll ad for this stream. And if it's making you do more than that, something is being fucky. Hey, Terrain, the 34th, how you doing today, man? Managed to get you talking about Godzilla vs. Kong, got you curious to watch? No, that was not the goal. No, that was not the goal of me talking about Godzilla vs. Kong. You catch me talking about Godzilla vs. Kong, More than anything, you should take away that it's a terrible movie and you shouldn't watch it. Oh, I'm kidding. You can watch it. It's plenty of fun, and a lot of people don't mind it as much as I did. But I did the other day go back and rewatch. I was feeling just so angsty about Godzilla vs. Kong that I went back and I rewatched Shin Godzilla, and I almost forgot how much I enjoy that movie. Like, I know objectively in my mind, hey, that's a good movie and I like it. And I went back and rewatched it, and it's just so good all over again. All the jokes land so well. And particularly because, you know, it's a Japanese movie, and I watch it in subtitles and everything. Like, there's little things. Once you've watched it a few times, once you're not just trying to keep up with the dialogue, you know, reading constantly, there's all sorts of little things you can pick up on, things happening in the background, and title jokes, because the show, or rather the movie, is big on listing the characters' titles as they speak. Because, I mean, it's there's just this wonderful scene with a bunch of bureaucrats and government officials in a room, and they're all sort of talking about the problem, and they're just sort of naming off issues, and they're like, well, we have to do a study before we can use military force, and what would the effect of torpedoes be, and what's the ecological impact of this monster in the bay, and then one of the characters just sort of almost thinking aloud, but obviously talking to the group. It's like, okay, we need to do this thing, and the other thing. We need to get this study together, and then we need to pass on authorization to the military to engage using maximum force, or something to that effect. And all the characters that he's addressing kind of look at one another real quick, and then look at the camera, and they're like, I'm sorry, who are you talking to? It's just a great scene, because it's like a room full of people that are supposed to be making decisions, and not one of them is actually designated as responsible for passing on information. Not one of them considers themselves to be nominally in charge or capable of passing information on. They're just sort of talking. They're just a committee, not really doing anything. What's wrong with you? Yeah, I noticed that too, to Square. There's a brief shot when there's a bunch of people tweeting about Godzilla coming ashore, and yeah, there are a couple of Easter eggs hidden in there. Shin Godzilla is so good, and I'm very curious to find out what Shin Ultraman is going to be like. Because the writer is was certainly a very cynical man at the time that Evangelion was done. Cynical is probably putting it mildly. He was actively suicidal at the time that he was writing Evangelion, and Shin Godzilla is a bit more lighthearted, but still has that very cynical edge to it. And I wonder what he's going to do with Ultraman, because the story of Ultraman, it has some cynicism to it in its core premise, in that mankind polluting the Earth is a fairly major theme in most versions of Ultraman. But Ultraman himself is sort of like, where Godzilla is the hubris of man come back to haunt us, is our mistakes compounded upon one another being visited on us, something that demands respect and essentially cannot be beaten through conventional means. Ultraman is sort of, he's the Samaritan. He is, in many ways, the opposite of Godzilla, where Godzilla is us being forced to face the staggering and insurmountable problems that we have created without knowing it. Ultraman is a person who is chasing the consequences of, depending on the version, his own actions, his people's own actions. He's usually following a monster to Earth to save us from it. And he's both saving us from our mistakes, but also, he's acting as the Samaritan. He is saving us from destruction that we have very little to do with. I don't know, like, there are a lot of themes, like, okay, nominally you can just be like, oh, Ultraman, he's a big guy and he punches, he beats up monsters with martial arts, and that's fun, but yeah, I seriously doubt that Anyo is unaware of the larger cultural and social implications of the character of Ultraman. I feel like that is something that he absolutely is going to examine, because that's just like who he is. That's what he does with these stories. That'll be interesting to see. And yeah, Kamen Rider, that's another interesting one, because I'm not as familiar with Kamen Rider as I am with Ultraman and Godzilla. So I can't speak to any social commentary hidden within Kamen Rider. I know that Kamen Rider is a cyborg, right? Like I've seen some Kamen Rider. I would not say that I've watched Kamen Rider, but I'm pretty sure he's a cyborg based on everything that I've seen. And he has a sweet motorcycle. He rocks like a fucking scarf that makes him look like a total badass below his bug cybernetic head. And I just have no clue what direction that's gonna go, like, at all. Yeah, like, I'm very curious to see. I'm very, very curious to see. Roland, get him put up in the Storm Report. We'll take a look at him, man, for sure. But yeah, let's get to work. I got a couple of things to do today. So I picked up a new game, but this one, thankfully, requires very little hobby investment. I picked this game up because right now I'm working on Monsterpocalypse and Warcaster, getting them each to a painted point where I can play them, which I'm really hoping to nail down Warcaster by the end of this month so that we can get some games in for May. And Monsterpocalypse, I'm going to take a little bit slower, but there are far fewer units for Monsterpocalypse. That's going to be my oil experiment. And then I got Pacific Rim Extinction. And I know I've talked shit about this game before, but I didn't really know anything about it. I'm just salty over Pacific Rim 2 because it's a terrible fucking movie, and I love Pacific Rim as much as I do. But Pacific Rim Extinction, I don't remember how I got on the subject of reading about... Oh, no, I do remember. I was browsing the other night for models of Gypsy Danger and Knifehead that I could print and paint. It was after I did my little experiment with oils, because I started thinking, man, I want to paint Knifehead using some oil paints. I have not found a single 3D sculpt of Knifehead. I found a really good one of Leatherback. I found kind of a shitty one of Otachi, and I didn't find any of Knifehead. This has led me to some other thoughts that I'm not going to get too far into right now because it's just more and more projects. But I was then like, well, where are there Pacific Rim models that I could get, other than Gypsy and Leatherback, who I'm probably going to print in resin? And then I started reading about Pacific Rim Extinction, and it gets surprisingly good reviews from the people who play it. I hadn't really looked very closely at it before, and then I'm like, let me get on Amazon, see how much the starter set is, and it was like $40. And it comes with Gypsy Avenger. It comes with some kaiju named Shrike-Thorn from the second movie. I think that's its name. I never remember the names of anything from the second movie. SP Firestarter, 9 months. Where's the joke? Everybody, at 9 months, I think you're required to make a joke about a Twitch baby. You're supposed to be like, oh, we had a Twitch baby together. What are we going to name it? Like, that's what everybody does. Missing your mark, Firestarter. Thank you so much for the follow, man. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. But, so I picked it up, and I just decided, fuck it. So I don't love all the kaiju and all the Jaegers in it. As long as I don't have to put up with, like, the actual acting from the movies, I'm just playing a game where they're punching each other. I guess I don't care that terribly too much. But for $40 for 2 minis, I looked at it. Wave 1, which is what's available, has the only thing from the first movie that it has in it is Gypsy Danger. And then it's Gypsy Avenger, the red one with a sword, Obsidian Fury, which was one of the few things I did like about the second movie, and then a couple of kaiju whose names I don't remember. I'm like, yeah. And I looked, and there's supposed to be a Wave 2 and 3, and it was delayed, and I think I decided to go ahead and try it when I looked at the site for the people making it, saying that their Wave 2 was delayed, but it is shipping as of May. It is happening, Wave 2 and 3 of the game. And Wave 2 is Cherno Alpha, Crimson Typhoon, Leatherback, Otachi, and Slattern. And I was immediately more interested at that point, because once I can get Cherno Alpha and Leatherback, I'm very much into it. Wave 3, I believe, is supposed to have Striker, Eureka, and Knifehead in it. Possibly Trespasser? I wasn't really able to find definitive information on that. Who doesn't love Trespasser? He was the first kaiju. So I picked up the box, and credit where credit's due, the gameplay actually is pretty sweet. And what I'm going to be doing right now is building some of these cardboard buildings that come with it. I will say that having built 3D buildings that come with 2 different mecha versus kaiju games, Monsterpocalypse and Pacific Rim Extinction, these are the nicer. of the two. It comes with these, they're cardboard, and they just sort of slot together. And I'm just going to take a few minutes and kind of finish building and gluing these together here. How you doing, Romeo Void? Second movie named its kaiju. Apparently, I forgot all the names because all the kaiju were kind of dumb and forgettable. I forgot all the Jaeger names, too. That was literally exactly what I was just talking about, White Wolf. That was, for the last 5 minutes, that's what I've been talking about. These are from Pacific Rim Extinction. The other thing I didn't mention about the game, and the reason that I got it, is because everything is pre-painted. It's not, like, well-painted, mind you, but it is pre-painted. I'll just show it to you. Oh, and I got one other thing to show you, too, while I'm wasting time. But the attraction of this is that I'm able to just kind of take it, throw it together, put it on the board, and get playing. Why did I go out of focus? Fix yourself, camera. Come on. Why is my C920 doing this lately? I don't get it. I don't get what your problem is, camera. There. Oh, there we go. Okay. Asked like 3 questions, and that's the one you answered. What else did you ask? What you want to know, White Wolf? I'm sorry. But yeah, here we got Pacific Rim Extinction. This is the starter box. Again, this was only, it comes from a company, River Horse. Literally never heard of them before. They have a couple of licenses they're kind of running with. It seems like they sunk a lot of money into this box, and I was kind of surprised to see that based on the lukewarm reception that the game has had. Because, like, they really went all out on it. Now, the paint jobs on the pre-painted minis are not great. Here we have, Gypsy Avenger, the Jaeger that nobody wanted, in an okay pose, and with, like, a halfway decent... Oh, I'm sorry about that, yeah. The biggest question regarding priming for oils and whether you zenithal highlighted or not. I did, and I suggest doing it. It actually, it has a pretty decent effect. And I advise using Stynylrez primer under oils. People have very, very good results with it. I had great results with it. So this is the pre-paint job that they have on it. It's not great. It's very straightforward. It's very simple. They are a little misleading. They have pictures of the minis in the book with better paint jobs than this on them. But okay, they're mass-producing these figures.
And so
they come fully assembled.
On some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
They do. Jaegers love metallics. Yeah, no, that's I agree with that. Like, it's at least the same quality as the pre-paint jobs that you get on other pre-painted games, like, the only one I can think of is X-Wing. it's like the only pre-painted game I can think of. But it's a roughly similar quality paint job. All the colors are in the right place. Nothing's terribly off. They did the lining on it. It's got a little bit of a metallic sheen. It has little, little numbers down here, and little numbers up here, a little PPDC logo on there someplace. They did, I wouldn't say a glow effect, but the gravity sling is blue, the reactor's yellow. Like, it's good enough. There's like I'll say that it's really well adhered. I haven't been able to scratch this paint job off. I'm sure they're using something industrial. But, if you want to paint over it, you can do that. Yeah, they're very large minis with very large bases. The thing that confuses me is that the game uses hexes for measurement. Like, it has a movement tool with hex markings in it, but it's also just kind of a free movement game. Like, they went half and half. I don't fully understand why, but, whatever. I'm not writing the rules. They're fairly large minis. They're almost 100 millimeters tall. Here's the kaiju whose name I do not remember. If you remember the names of any of the kaiju from the second movie, feel free to let me know which. It's Spike Man. Porcupus. I have no fucking clue. But it's a decent sculpt, and it's got a reasonable paint job on it. You can tell where its eyes are supposed to be and where its weapons are. It's got some of the kaiju blue going on. Yeah, it's got a couple of seams on it where the tail connects under the neck over here. But again, for essentially like $15 to $20 for a mini, this isn't bad. This is, I can just put this on the table and play, and because I don't give a shit about the kaiju, I'll probably almost never feel tempted to do another paint job on this guy. And it comes with some proprietary dice, as all games do these days. It comes with a bunch of cardboard terrain. It comes with a playmat. There was also a deal on Amazon to get the rest of Wave 1, so I went ahead and did that. So here's the other kaiju that it comes with. Again, I don't know the name of this kaiju because it was not in the first movie. It's like an ankylosaur thing, maybe. It's got like an armored back and a big spiky tail, and it's got 6 limbs going on. I think all the kaiju actually have 6 limbs. I know Knifehead did. And it's got like a big double jaw, and it's got some little markings on it. Again, pretty reasonably done. And the other ones in Wave 1, there's, again, I can't remember. Oh, it's written on the base. Saber Athena is the name of this one. Reasonable paint job, looks fine. The sword has like a blue glow on it. Okay, fine, whatever. There's a Jaeger. Comes with Obsidian Fury, who was maybe one of the only monster Jaeger things that I liked in the second movie. I thought Obsidian Fury was kind of cool. He's in his little pose that he did at that one point in the movie with his double swords. Obsidian Fury plays as a kaiju. So, you know, you're playing either Jaegers or Kaiju. If you're playing Kaiju, you can use Obsidian Fury because he has a Kaiju brain in him. Oh my god, you guys, spoilers for Pacific Rim 2. It's such a great movie. I hate to spoil it for you. Oh my god. So there's him, and then my Gypsy Danger came in a little fucked up. You see how his knee is, whoop, wonked off to the inside. I need to apply some heat to it and try to balance him out a little bit. He's in a real stiff, I think, PVC. I think some heat will do it. And it's not like a huge deal. The pose only looks funny kind of from one angle. From any other angle, it kind of works out. But overall, the Gypsy Dangers, this is one I'm probably going to repaint. I'm going to go ahead and try to fix the leg, and I'm probably going to try a repaint because I love Gypsy Danger. Gypsy Danger is one of the greatest mecha ever designed, and we're going to want to give this one a little bit of love. This is the only one from the first movie that's in the first wave. It has a pretty cool gameplay system that if you've played X-Wing is actually going to be familiar to you, in that you have like a deck of power-up and ability cards for each Jaeger or Kaiju that are on one side, you draw them and you play them, and they're an ability that you do. Also, when you take damage, you draw, and they have damage on the same card, so you got like one deck that does 2 things. It's actually a pretty interestingly put together game. Like, I didn't expect as much effort to be put into this game as has been, but like, you can pick your Kaiju, you can give it different mutations to power it up, you pick your Jaeger, you pick 2 pilots to go in the con pod, you can pick 2 different pilots, each one has a different drift compatibility chart, so you get different abilities with each pilot, but then based on how drift compatible they are, you also get a standard bonus to all of your rolls. So you can run pilots that aren't super drift compatible but have really good abilities, or you can run pilots whose abilities are maybe suboptimal, but they drift together really well, so your standard rolls are all generally improved. It's been fun so far as like, you can play a game in under an hour and you don't have to paint anything. I have to say, right now, that has a lot of appeal for me. Because I've just been painting things and not playing. Just do a Battletech / Pacific Rim crossover. That's insane. Battletech Pacific, you realize that, like, Jaegers and Kaiju are many, 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 many times larger than even the largest of battle mechs. Someone suggested, I don't remember, I think it was in a Discord, where someone suggested, how many games do I have? Like, how many games do I own overall, Data Nerd? That is, I feel very self-conscious about that question, and I'm not going to answer it. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot of games. The POV 42. How you doing today, man? Yeah,
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into
Zemo Shuffle.
More shame.
The Zemo Shuffle. So I'm going to try to do this fairly quickly, and I'm probably not going to build the whole set, but I'm just going to be blacking the corners of the cardboard and then gluing these together. The Zemo Shuffle is sort of taken over the internet, and I love the extended version of it, where he starts with like the little awkward clap, and then that turns into kind of a little fist pump, and then he does like the little, around the world kind of rodeo thing. I feel very represented. I feel very, very represented by that. Hexes everywhere. Yeah, there are a lot of hexes. But I was going to say, somebody asked about that. I don't remember. I think it was in a Discord, maybe. Oh, let me just go ahead and do that. Somebody asked about what it would be like to have like a griffin getting punted by Gypsy Danger. And I looked up some height differences, and I realized that, and I'm going to talk briefly about Attack on Titan. I realized that the Colossal Titan in Attack on Titan is almost the same height as Gypsy Danger. The Colossal Titan is a little bit shorter than Gypsy Danger. Not much, a little bit shorter, but roughly the same size. And then I looked up Battletech heights and the heights of other Titans in Attack on Titan and realized that, and there's going to be a mild spoiler here, not a terrible one I don't think, for Attack on Titan. If you haven't watched it, you won't have any fucking clue what I'm talking about at all. But the Attack Titan, which is a 15-meter tall Titan, is about the same size as, say, a 55-ton battle mech like a Griffin or a Wolverine. And then I realized there is actually a scene in Attack on Titan where the Colossal Titan, being roughly the size of Gypsy Danger, and the Attack Titan, being roughly the size of a standard battle mech, get into a little bit of fisticuffs, and the Colossal Titan just boots the Attack Titan right in its face, sending it flying across a city and hammering into a wall. And I'm like, this is what would happen if a battle mech fought Gypsy Danger. This is precisely the way that it would go. Just a boot right in the face. A little annoyance. That was a pretty good weekend. I'm glad to hear that POV. I hope everybody's having a good weekend. Roland right now is, I know, kind of in suffering mode after the vaccine, but we suffer for good things sometimes, Roland, and I'm glad that you have finally managed to get in and get that done. I'm not happy that you're suffering, but I'm happy that the suffering is representative of something good. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. That's unpleasant. Yeah. Wonderful. Whew. Zio Reimer. 12 months? Well, I mean, 13 months on a 12-month streak. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much for that resub. I really do appreciate it. Lancer has kaiju-sized monsters in its bestiary, so you could do a Pacific Rim sort of game. I've noticed that there are people on I want to say Gambody, however you say it, who have recently been making files for Lancer mechs, which I think is pretty cool. I'd very much like to try Lancer out. We've talked about this a couple of times on stream, and this year, at some point in the next few months, I wouldn't mind firing up a Lancer game. I was looking at that or MechWarrior Destiny. And I wouldn't want it to be a long-running one necessarily, just kind of like a tester game with a few sessions to sort of figure out how the game plays. But Lancer's been gaining some popularity. People seem to really quite like it. Much longer till we get more mini redemptions. SP Firestarter, oh god. Oh god, the question is my nightmare. Oh, would that I could give you a more definite answer on that, but my own disorganization as a human being and my pile of tasks leads me to say, at some point. Certainly at some point. Zio Reimer, thank you so much for that resub, man. I really do appreciate it. Hope you're having a good day. And a good weekend. Had a session 0 for your Destiny game yesterday. How did that go? Because I was looking at Destiny, and that's what led me to look at Lancer. I can't talk. That's what led me to look at Lancer. Say that 5 times fast. That's what led me to look at Lancer. That's what led me to look at Lancer. That's what led me... No, we're not going to do that. I would like to get back to the Storm Chasers. Very much so. And continue to pretend that the Thunderskunks never happened. You have the giant Lancer hardcover. Ooh, is it nice? Apparently it's massive. This is pretty low rent for what we usually do around here. I'm working with a Sharpie. Gonna ask for a link to the Lancer mechs. I've got them pulled up in one of my tabs. PM me on Discord, and I'll get you a link fired over. Because, yeah, somebody did a couple of them that look really good. Oh, Pondburn, you know I only hate because I love. The fact that you guys got me to put any paint on clan mechs at all is already a big... It's a big one for me. It's a big change. I think the best way I can do this is by putting a little dab of glue... Oh, I need to open up a new bottle, it seems. Here and here. And then down here. And then here. You don't have to glue these, by the way, or you could use Elmer's, but I'm impatient. I like super glue. Can't think of any reason super glue wouldn't work on cardboard. If there is a reason, we'll find it out together. So these slot together like so. So I'll set this here for a moment and do this other one. Waggle this around to get glue in all the necessary places. Slot it together. Kind of hold these together a little bit. And that should be functionally permanent. Let's do another one. There we go. This one will go on like so. Yes, excellent. Why am I sharpieing those panels? Because I'm building some cheap-ass cardstock terrain for Pacific Rim right now. It's just kind of a little quick job that I wanna get out of the way while I'm doing my hobbying time. Also, this is entirely Sumitha's fault. He's gonna say something asinine when I accuse him of this, like, I only mentioned it one time. Yeah, but you also know how I feel about Pacific Rim, and you knew that your fucking mention of it was gonna be like a brain worm for me. So, still your fault. Yeah, and I have to say, Monster Apocalypse is a much more complete game than Pacific Rim Extinction is. Pacific Rim Extinction is very much a beer and pretzels, play pretty quick, not hard to learn. It has like I think an hour and a half is about the longest you can really spend on one of the scenarios, and it's very much scenario driven. Whereas Monster Apocalypse is more of a traditional skirmish/war game with a lot more forces available. Pacific Rim plays with, like, you got 2 models on a side, you got 2 kaiju, you got 2 Jaegers, okay, go. Oh, come on, don't fuck up. Don't fuck up on me now. It seized up at some point here before it fully seated. Now I'm gonna rip it apart trying to fix it. Why do I do these things to myself? There we go. There we go.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs, so I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Now it's all together. Apply a little pressure at the corners to get these to seat down. Fix any loose tabs a little bit later. Let's just glue the roof on. Oops, I missed a spot. Should never deem during super gluing. Oh god, what did you say? Planning on doing up some Clan Novacat Z Galaxy. Okay, alright. Hang on, let me get this, because I apparently completely missed this panel when I was doing it before. I think about the way these are built, I could assemble and then do this process, which would probably be easier. Well, you know, the more you know. For Ion Raptor's Bane contest, which is pretty damn cool too, supposed to do things in purposefully eye-bleed neon, but beyond that there isn't too much guidance, so I'm trying to decide. Should I do one primary neon color with a contrasting accent, a two-tone of contrasting neon colors with a unifying highlight color, or full eye-bleed and do like 6 colors? I like the second of those two options. Two-tone, contrasting neon colors with a unifying highlight color. I think that that is going to get the point across while also being visually the most pleasing, by far. Do you bother to keep track of what bias each paint has, or just mix colors and learn intuitively? I mean, personally, I kind of do everything intuitively, but then I'm a slapdash painter, you guys. There are people out there who do things like keep paint journals, and that's a foreign language to me. So don't necessarily take what I do as gospel, but I was talking about this last time when we were doing oil painting. Like, I don't even really learn all that well by watching tutorials. I do better with an instructor in person where I can ask questions. But at a certain point, tutorials just turn into, you know, Charlie Brown's teacher for me. Wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. I kind of just have to take a few tips about specific problems I'm having and then blunder forward entirely on my own. And naturally that's going to be how I tell people to do things, but that doesn't actually make that good advice. Any tips for super bright colors before I dive in head first? If you're mixing your own colors, you're not going to want to mix in white to try to get brighter colors. You're going to want to use your color wheel plenty. Like if you're trying to get a bright green, you're going to want to be mixing in yellows instead of whites. Same thing for reds. You're going to want to move that more in the direction of orange by mixing in a yellow. Just avoid white and black for the most part, because those are going to desaturate any color you mix them into. I made a building. Speaking of buildings, we've got some, actually that's a new version of this building that I have over here. You guys have already seen this design a few times for Hextech Downtown version 2. This is the first one I did. I now have 7 of these buildings done, and they are going to be releasing here pretty soon. I'm almost done with the set. I've gone back to basics and redone it a few times. They're also going to be coming with an updated version of Delta Base, which I apologize for releasing 2 updated versions so close on each other's heels, but after I did Delta Base and we sort of pioneered the Hextech Universal concept, then I was like, why not do magnets? Because Cyber Knight's gonna make fun of me. He is, but I think I deserve it. But I've gone ahead and made a version of the Hextech Universal system where I have standardized these bases. So Hextech is going to have one single file now for all 4 hex bases, 5 hex bases, 6 hex bases, etc. There's just going to be one set of base files, and then every single structure that goes onto that size of hex base has standardized connections on the bottom, including magnet holes. So now you can just kind of lock that right on there. So you can take this building off and you can use it for hexless Battletech play, set it up wherever you want, use your hexless Trinity City stuff, and then you're like, hey, I want to use it for hexes. Well, you don't have to print and paint another one, just kind of lock it right on there. And the great part is you don't actually have to use the magnet holes if you don't want to. They'll print and you can just completely ignore them and use the manual connection. But yeah, all of them are now going to be like this. They're all designed to fit the 1/8 by 1/16 size magnet from K&J Magnetics. For those of you who use metric instead of imperial, that is 3mm by 2mm roughly. And yeah, there are going to be updated versions of the entire Trinity City Downtown coming out soon. For those of you who've already bought these files, you don't have to pay a damn cent. You're going to get all these files for free. They've been given visual updates, but also mechanical updates. They support their hexes better. The hex lines on top are better concealed. They've got new and exciting details. I've improved a lot of the angles mechanically so that many of the details print cleaner. All in all, it's just a flat upgrade. So the pieces that we've had out for about a year, sort of, you know, It's an interesting one, because I'm not going to make, like, a bunch of more money or sales off of this set. This is just... I really, really appreciate everybody who supported this project for the last year. I've learned a lot about making these files in the last year, and so I want to keep our old product up to snuff with new things that are coming out, and make sure that your investment in the product line is constantly paid off. But yeah, the whole set is getting that treatment. I'm not going to do the whole set of buildings, just these ones that I have already taken apart and built, because I only need 3 of them for the game that I'm going to be doing a little bit later. But it comes, you can see these are the buildings that come with Pacific Rim. A shocking number and diversity of buildings. And this is the thing I think is funny. As much as I love Monsterpocalypse, for the price that I pay, like I paid significantly less money for a 2-player starter box for Pacific Rim Extinction with pre-painted miniatures, and it comes with many more buildings of many more designs in much better material. They didn't sink basically any time or effort into the 3D apartment buildings for Monsterpocalypse, and they sunk a surprising amount of time and effort into these 3D buildings for Pacific Rim Extinction. I was not expecting this, but they did it. You learn new things, it's R&D. I mean, yeah. And I always try to remember that I'm taking value from it in the form of just pure learning. I mean, I did just do something like 30 different weapons systems for Warcaster that I'm not selling, that are just being given away. I can't possibly sell those. They're just replicas of things that you can buy in metal from Privateer Press, but I didn't want them in metal. I wanted them in resin. But I just looked at it as, man, I got a lot of practice making complex curves and shapes over the course of that project. And that has value. It actually taught me quite a lot. And those are lessons that I plan to carry forward into the next few releases for Hextech, which, for those of you who are following along, I think you're really going to like. I think you're really going to like what's coming next. We have the updates to Trinity City Downtown. We have some additions to Trinity City Downtown, some new urban buildings. And after that, we are looking at a couple of completely new sets, which are at about 50% development right now because I work in fits and starts. And then once those are out, I'm going to be turning my attention purely back to expansion of existing sets. All of the sets since mid-last year have been designed with expansion in mind, and I want to release some buildings that can sort of thematically connect a number of them. I think you'll like it. Hey, Gus Schultz, good to see you, man. How are things? How's the Fly Titan going? We hit 1,300 followers the other day, by the way, you guys. I kind of stopped noting the follower milestones for a little while ago, and then I noticed, and it was like, it ticked over 1,300. Damn, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I think that we are going to have a giveaway for, if not 1,400 followers, then 1,500 followers. I've started setting some items aside that we can use for giveaways there. It's going to be partially me cleaning out my shelf of shame, but it's not as bad as it sounds. I have an Imperial Knight that I have built. One of the standard, I guess, Questoris Knights. Is that what they're called? I don't know what they ended up naming that pattern of Imperial Knight. But I have an Imperial Knight that I rescued, that I fully magnetized. Fully magnetized the whole thing, so it has all the weapon systems that can just be slotted in and out. And I forgot about that, Data Nerd. That's what happened to it. But it's a fully magnetized knight, and it has, I put LEDs in the eyes of it, and I ran the LEDs back through to a 9-volt battery in its torso, and then I rigged a button, so if you look on the back of the knight, there's... why am I telling you? I can just show you. Hang on. I think this is going to be the subject for our 1,500 follower giveaway, though. You see there's a magnet on top for the Carapace weapons. All the Carapace weapons have been magnetized. Magnets on all of the arms. All of the arm weapon systems have also been magnetized, along with ammo boxes, so you can swap all of them. The head has been modified. All the armor plates are separate from it at this point. And I believe, did I? Yeah. Magnetize the torso as well. So you can turn that around to move it any way you want. If you open up the Carapace, which is a little dusty because it's been sitting in my closet for the better part of a year now. It says it like it's easy. Yeah, you open up the Carapace and you can see he's got a button cell battery rigged up in there, which you can change as needed. But then, this is my favorite part. You see the reactor with a little Crux Mechanicus on it? You go clicky, and it lights up. I was really pleased with this at the time that I did it. And then you put the armored plated face over top here, and the eye lights will shine out of that. And then you click, and it turns off. So this, along with all the weapon systems, is going to be the subject of our next giveaway. Probably a number of other 40k items that I'm not going to be using. It's even magnetized for the weapon system that goes right here. So this thing is fully modular. And it was a rescue from a friend of mine who wasn't going to use it. Oh my god, Mavis Bebic, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I need a fresh bottle of super glue. Luckily, I've got a bunch of those. Because I enjoy story time with Thunder. Yeah, I just like talking, apparently. Oh, excuse me. We'll be done tonight and paint it. And the fly tomorrow. Oh, for the base and for the fly. Damn, man, you... That's awesome. That's a huge project, and you have done such fantastic work on it. I cannot wait to see the finished version. For those of you who aren't familiar with Gus Schultz's work, I believe you posted a few times in Showcase, Gus. But also, feel free to post, like, your socials, man, like Instagram and stuff like that. I want more people to see what you've done. I'm sure you've got plenty of a following, but holy crap, you have done some truly fantastic work on that Imperial Knight. It's one of those Nurgle paint jobs and modifications that you look at and you're like, oh, that kind of actually turns my stomach a little bit and makes me feel viscerally uncomfortable, which I do feel like that's the best compliment that a Nurgle modification can get. So, Gus, answer me one question. Is that is intended to be a standalone piece, or are you going to do some additional pieces to go with it? Is it going to be a part of a force, or is it just a standalone project? Because I know you work on a lot of different things. Standalone. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, by itself, it's so damned impressive. You're gonna go together like this. Like so. And then like so, Steel Warrior Studios. This is wrong. You're supposed to glue your fingers to the cardboard. That's not what the instructions said, so I guess I got it wrong again. Whoopsie daisy. Speaking of getting it wrong, I almost put that piece on backwards. Way to distract me, Steel Warrior. You nearly got me this time, you sneaky bastard. Steel Warrior Studios, how you doing, man? Thank you so much for that resub. 15 months. Of course, you've been with me pretty much since the beginning. I'm not saying pretty much, like that is since the beginning. How you doing today, man? If you're ever curious about finding out about Steel Warrior Studios, where you can find all Thunderhead Studio items, you can always hit ! Steel Warrior right here in chat, and an ad will pop up. How do these buildings compare to Battletech? Completely different scale. This is like 2mm scale. Roland. These buildings are made, like, you look how teeny tiny the doors are on the bottom. They're a much, much smaller scale than Battletech buildings, though I'll say, for being just cardstock, they're really quite nice. Like, I was expecting just some foldable paper, and these cardstock ones are actually pretty decent, and fairly solid once they're glued together. Again, I'm really shocked at how much money and development time went into Pacific Rim Extinction, considering how panned the game is generally. Not panned. The reviews are all positive. It's just that nobody plays it. And while I'm kind of two minds on that, like, one of them is like, fuck Pacific Rim 2 and everything associated with it. The other one is, it's a good miniature game. Kind of deserves some recognition, doesn't it? And so far, I've had a lot of fun with it. What is this? Battlefield for ants? In a way. In a manner of speaking. We're all ants to Kaiju, Steel Warrior. Yeah, a battle mech would be wildly out of scale with these buildings, though, Roland. Because, like, on this scale, a battle mech would be about up to, like, right there. That's how tall. And maybe here or here would be the height of a medium battle mech. And then Gypsy stands, like, up here. Alright, one more. Then we're going to work a little bit on that Oryx. And again, the appeal of this game for me, and the reason that I got into it, is one, it takes very little commitment of time to play, and two, it requires very little commitment of time to build. Because again, the minis are all pre-painted to a reasonable standard. And like these buildings, I'm just going to glue them together and play with them. They look like a similar scale. They really, really are not lore-friendly. A human being at this scale is about 1 point... Now, these buildings are not perfectly in scale either, but at the scale that the minis for Pacific Rim Extinction are, a human being would be about 1.5 millimeters tall, whereas at Battletech's mech scale, a human being would be at about 6 millimeters tall. These would be pretty well in scale for map scale Battletech. If you're looking for map scale buildings, these would actually work decently well. How much cleaning and assembly do the minis take for Monster Apocalypse? Someone's trying to get a community at my LGS. Curious about it. No, it's not. The hot new game could easily die in 2 weeks. So they're resin. They are a fairly high quality resin. They do require a good amount of cleanup. They've got like big old chunks where they came off of, or where they came out of their molds. Every single one that I've built has taken some clipping and some filing down before they were ready for final assembly. They're nice, they're high quality, but they do take some work. Every single one of them. The Belchers, the tanks, the monsters, the mecha, they've all taken some cleaning. But they're all in resin, and they are a fairly high-quality resin. They have not been bad to build at all. Alright, that in there. Here's the other one. There it is. This will go right down along here. Slot that in place. This long side I'm going to drop on the ground and then pick it up and then put it in. Slot that right up. No, don't bind on me. There we go. This one goes like so. Let's make kind of a little dual level apartment building type thing. Holy moly, Mongolian Jeef! How you doing, man? Welcome in, Raiders. We're wasting a little time gluing some cardboard buildings together here before we get painting. Tonks2000, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Mongolian Jeef, how was your stream, man? Hope you had a good one. Would these work for Cav? They're again wildly out of scale.
Welcome, everyone.
If you don't care about
to
scale,
Thunderhead Studios.
This is
where
important,
the only
by the way.
rule is
please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. We mention this because we have a piece at the end of literally every stream where we take a look at your work, known as the Storm Report, and I beseech you to never post any of your nude selfies in it. That's gonna get me in a little bit of trouble with Twitch when it eventually does happen. Eventually I'm gonna be begging for it. Like, nobody will have tried to do it, and I'll be like, please guys, send me nudes. Pretty please. But that day's not here yet. Yeah. Tonks is like, oh, unfollowed. No nudes? Get me the fuck out of here. Hope everybody had fun over on Mongolian Jeef's stream. Oh, having some problems with your hand, so I had to cut it early. I know the feeling, man. Some days, some days it's just not working out the way you'd like it to. But it's better to stop. It's better to take a break, relax a little bit, get your mojo back rather than try to force yourself through it. I am currently assembling. I'm on the last of the buildings I'm doing right now. These are cardstock buildings for Pacific Rim Extinction, a game that you've probably seen being sold online and never took a second look at, that I recently went ahead and grabbed. They did? They went on an exploration in order to draw a giant cosmic penis? Because that seems like it is worth every single second spent doing it. Without question. Bring some people in here to see you. Well, yeah, I'm glad that you decided to come over, and welcome in, Raiders. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio, where we do a whole lot of mecha bullshit most of the time. Most of the time. We've done quite a lot of Battletech in here, been taking a little bit of a break from that lately. I do a lot of Battletech terrain and mech design for 3D printing. You'll notice some of that up on my 3D printer there. Recently we've been painting a whole lot of that new Privateer Press game Warcaster and another Privateer Press game known as Monsterpocalypse, because I am absolutely in love with the mecha versus kaiju genre, which is also what led me to today be here assembling buildings for Pacific Rim Extinction. I loathe the second Pacific Rim movie. I think it's a flaming pile of shit, but the game is pretty good. I think the first fly of the season is buzzing around my office right now. I hate spring. Well, thank God we don't have a hashtag nudes. Oh, that would be a nightmare. Yeah, post it in video games. That's pretty funny. It's not an actual penis, so I think it's just fine for Discord. Oh, God, why did I do that? That doesn't matter. Hey, Riot Sister. Speaking of kaiju, did you see Godzilla vs. Kong? I did see that. Hey, Riot Sister, welcome in.
Hello there.
It's my monkey impression. No, I saw Godzilla vs. Kong. I love the parts where Monkey and Lizard are punching each other in the goddamn face. And I think it's obvious that that's where they spent the vast majority of their development time. It is a 2-hour movie. It should be maybe 80 minutes long, though ideally closer to 1 hour. Because the human elements of the film are so undercooked that they're, like, insulting. Like, if you're gonna undercook your human elements that badly, you should either not include them or make them so brief that we barely notice them. But yeah, I think King of the Monsters is a better movie. Millie Bobby Brown was better in King of the Monsters. Like, I didn't even like her in that movie, but in this movie, she's actually kind of really fucking irritating. Every time the movie cuts away to be like, oh, Scooby-Doo and the gang are blundering into another top-secret laboratory, guys. Why is there no security? Your guess is as good as mine. And really, it was kind of irritating, if I'm being honest. And it was not artfully done. And then they got Alexander Skarsgård for no reason that I can determine. They should have had Kyle Chandler, who played Millie Bobby Brown's father, in the role that Alexander Skarsgård was in, because he was at least in the previous films, and he had nothing to do in this one. He just sort of stood around, which was weird. But everything Alexander Skarsgård was doing should have been Kyle Chandler. And Alexander Skarsgård, I think he was... I'm not sure exactly what happened. I feel like maybe they had some sort of an issue when they were printing scripts, and the one that they gave to Alexander Skarsgård had lines from like 4 different characters on it. And he was just like, fuck it, I'm reading him anyway. Because I don't know who his character was by the end of the movie. In the beginning of the movie, he was basically Peter Venkman from Ghostbusters, like, oh, my theories are so crackpot, they relegated me to a lab, even though that doesn't make any sense, because his theories were on the Hollow Earth, and the Hollow Earth had been proven to exist in that universe by that point. So he should have been... Like, the fact that he wrote books on the Hollow Earth before they proved the Hollow Earth was real means that probably he should have been getting promoted rather than stuffed into a basement, but whatever, okay, fine. He's a crackpot, they stick him in a basement, great. And then a few minutes later, he's like a military expert, and then a few minutes after that, he's like an attack pilot, and then a few minutes after that, he's like some kind of tech expert on sci-fi technology that has never existed before, and it was really like they didn't write a character for him, they just cast him as main character white guy. And anytime they needed main character white guy to say something, they were like, refer to Alexander. He doesn't really have a character, he just moves the plot along. And, this is why I wish that they... Exactly, he was walking exposition. And he was also... I noted this. There are 2 things in that movie that did kind of bug me out quite a lot. One, I've noticed something lately, and I'm sure that many of you have also, with Chinese-produced movies. There are Chinese film producers out there who have been putting a lot of money up to get certain movies made. Pacific Rim Uprising is one of them, and Godzilla vs. Kong is another one. And in Godzilla vs. Kong, I'll just give you a quick look at... We just put these buildings together. These are simple cardstock. They're fairly solid. A little bit of Sharpie, a little bit of super glue. And these will work great for Pacific Rim Extinction. But, So, and I noticed this when I was watching Pacific Rim Uprising. We're going to move on now, by the way, to a little bit of Battletech painting. I'm going to finish some of this guy up and get some weathering powder put on him. Okay. So, Pacific Rim Uprising. Big-time Chinese producers. Really, really obvious that they had huge influence on the production of the film, because all of the main characters that passed on being in the second movie, you know, all the actors were just straight up replaced with Chinese actors. The entire command structure of the PPDC was replaced with Chinese models. Not even actors, just straight up models. And Dave's Mini Art, thank you so much for the resub, and a big hello to you. Dave, I don't know if you have gotten back to streaming yet. I know you've been doing a little bit of recovery lately, but if we could get a shout out for Dave's Mini Art, I would really appreciate it. If I was watching Godzilla... I'm on like 4 different subjects, I'm sorry. If I was watching Godzilla vs. Kong, I would say fast forward until the lizard roars, watch that part, and then when he stops roaring, fast forward to the next part where the lizard roars, and you'll have a good time. But on to the Chinese production problems of Pacific Rim, specifically. They replaced the entire command structure of the PPDC with Chinese models, and then they took the only Japanese character in the movie and killed her in the most ignominious and undignified way they could possibly think of. They took a character who was a Jaeger pilot. They put her into a scene where logically, if she was going to die, she should have died in a Jaeger, and they had her get slapped out of the air in a helicopter without even knowing that it was coming. It was the most pathetic and ridiculous and totally unnecessary death, and it was like really obvious what they were doing. Like, hey, Japanese character, get out of my movie, I paid for this, we're replacing you with actual models from China. And I note this because in Godzilla vs. Kong, there's a very, very similar issue, where in Godzilla and Kong, spoilers, annihilate Hong Kong. And I don't use the word annihilate without some justification. Like, Hong Kong is laid waste to. They destroy skyscraper after skyscraper after they and what gets me is that there isn't even the obligatory scene in the kaiju movie where they're like, oh, we've started evacuating people from the city. Like, there literally is nothing in the movie about evacuation. And I mention this because Alexander Skarsgård has a line about halfway through the movie where they bring Kong to the entrance to the Hollow Earth and they're gonna follow him in. And Kong's like, oh, I don't know if I want to go in, and he's trying to convince the little girl to use sign language to talk to Kong, to tell him that his family is in there, and he has one remark where he goes, we've sacrificed so many to get here. And as far as I can remember, and please, if you know of another line, if you think that I'm incorrect, I really, really want you to let me know, because I want to know what line I missed. But as far as I know, that's the only line in the entire film that makes any note whatsoever of the catastrophic and staggering loss of life that occurs as part of the story. It is the only instance of it that I have been able to find. He says, we've lost so many, and he's speaking specifically to the American battle group that was destroyed at sea when Godzilla and Kong fought on top of it. Later in the film, essentially the entirety of downtown Hong Kong is violently destroyed. And there is no mention of evacuation. There is no shown evacuation. There is no mention of loss of life. There's no mention of... Not one damn time does anyone even note, like, oh my god, thousands of people are being killed. Oh my god, tens of thousands of human beings are now being destroyed by laser beams and nuclear fire. Like, it's happening right in front of you. For watching the movie, you're like, oh, it's 10,000 people just died. Easily. And they're, like, cracking jokes and having a good time while it's going on. And it was, like, it was weird. And then afterwards, I looked it up and I realized, like, oh, this is a Chinese-produced movie. I don't think it's any coincidence that the Chinese producers of that movie were like, you know what, let's kill everyone in Hong Kong and let's smile and joke while we do it. It was so fucking tasteless. So unfucking believably tasteless. And I know something about tasteless. I watched Peter Jackson movies from pre-2000. It was weird, though. It was very weird. Like, as I'm watching it, I was like... There's nothing that Godzilla vs. Kong does that Pacific Rim didn't do fucking 10 times better almost a decade prior. Like, really, there's not even the fighting. Like, the fighting is good, but it's like, it's not really as good as, say, Gypsy Danger versus Otachi or Leatherback. And there's less of it. And yet I think that Michael Bay getting us all super duper tired of big slugfests really kind of spoiled the market for Pacific Rim when it came out, no matter how good it was. You're not wrong. Hong Kong and Tokyo are the most destroyed cities on the planet in movies. Dave's Mini Art, you're absolutely correct. Though in most of the ones where that happens, they take a moment to note that it is happening. They'll at least go, we evacuated everybody from downtown, so it's cool. Like, that's all you have to do is throw in one line of dialogue where a character goes, oh, the evacuation has begun. They don't even do that. They don't even pretend that they give the tiniest little bit of a shit about the lives of the people of Hong Kong. Not one character does. They go out of their way to have at least one line where they're like, oh, those poor Americans died. But not... Far more Hong Kongites die, and they don't seem to give a shit at all. And furthermore, yeah, Lore Friendly makes a very good point. I should put a glove on. And I mean, you could argue about motives all day long, but I think it's worth noting that when Tokyo is destroyed in kaiju movies, they're generally Japanese films that are doing it. And the story, at least in the case of Godzilla, who started that trend, is largely about, you know, Japanese cities being destroyed by the nuclear hubris of man because they suffered nuclear attacks on their major cities. Like, there's a thematic connection there. And the focus is largely on the loss of human life and the evacuations of people and keeping people out of the way of Godzilla. These are huge components of all of those movies, even the bad ones. Even when we go forward into, like, the 70s, and we get to, like, you know, the terror of Mechagodzilla, and we get to, like, Godzilla versus Hedorah. Like, there's a huge portion of the plot that is focused on the evacuation of people and the saving of lives. And this was just like, oh, there are people in those buildings? Nah, fuck them. It was crazy. Yeah, Amish Stig, that's a good point. Even Mike Myers spoofs the scene where the Japanese people are running down the street going, oh, it's Godzilla, because there's always that scene. Riot Sister, this is one of Metalcore Collectibles' Oryx, his new battle mech, in just one of many possible configurations. And if you're curious about this mech, you can find it along with all its various configurations by typing an exclamation point in Metalcore into chat. That'll give you a link right over to his website. It is a lovely mech. With good, deep details, let you do quick and easy edge highlighting on it. Like, he does, really, Metalcore has some of the best sculpts in the biz. But yeah, Godzilla vs. Kong is not a good movie. It's a stupid movie, and it's a bad movie. And even as someone who, I mean, ask anybody here, I am a fan of the mecha versus kaiju and broadly the kaiju genre. And I just didn't enjoy it. Like, there are parts of it that are fun to watch, but I'm probably never going to watch it again. It's just big and loud and dumb. And I can think of multiple movies that do everything it did, but better. I'd rather watch The Terror of Mechagodzilla from, like, the mid-70s than Godzilla vs. Kong again. Wait, who was banned and what? MLC? What are you talking about, nanotanks? Will the orcs do the double salute? So that is apparently, I mean, like, yeah, if you're building metalcore, you know, oh, banned in mainland China. Yeah. Don't go to China, folks. They might just disappear you. And yeah, their algorithm has labeled me a socially toxic person. And being on this stream may get you re-educated if you live in mainland China. They did the same thing to that movie, The Meg, with Jason Statham. Chinese producers, and thus just shoehorned in are a bunch of Chinese models playing main characters who have no idea how to act, and then Jason Statham falls in love with one of them despite the fact that they are a literal charisma void. It's very weird. On the other hand, I have to give them one thing. That this is probably what it has felt like to be people in other countries watching American-produced movies for the last, like, 30 years. Where it's like, oh, another movie out of America, where the hero is an American, and he does American things, and an American model plays the love interest, and the entire story is about how America saved the world. That's great. It's wonderful. So, touche? Fair enough. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Also, get the fuck out of my goddamn monster movies. They're Japanese. Originally, and you're just taking them. The other core, Mannix. Metal core, like as in a nuclear core rather than the Marine core. Also, hey Mannix, how you doing? Or a hero is conveniently Americanized. Yeah, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. But yeah, my advice, if you're feeling tempted to watch Godzilla vs. Kong, just watch Pacific Rim instead. If you're the kind of person who would enjoy Godzilla vs. Kong, you're the kind of person who would enjoy Pacific Rim more. Mongolian Jeef, you do what you got. People will often be like, hey, I'm sorry to raid and run. Mongolian Jeef, dude, I understand how it is when you've actually been streaming and you raid somebody, and man, you've been sitting there, you got other shit to do, you got other things to focus on, you got stuff to get ready for. So feel no obligation to stick around, man. I really appreciate the raid. Thank you for bringing your people in here. And I hope you have a fantastic night, my friend. If you feel like lurking, that's fucking awesome. If not, I hope you have a great night. Independence Day 2, yes! Yes, yes, yes. Every movie that major Chinese producers get in on adopts that pro-China message, and you'll notice they always suddenly star some Chinese models. And it's really, really ham-fisted and awkward every single time they do it, but that is not about to slow them down. Not at all. The best answer is to not go see them, but, you know. People still are, so. What's funny is there are a lot of really quite good movies produced in China also. But again, I find myself saying this and thinking like, oh, this is what it's been like to be non-Americans for the last however long, where it's like, oh, there are good movies made in America too, and then there's the big blockbuster shit, and I'm saying the same things about China. There are good movies made there too, and then there's the blockbuster propaganda shit. Told me to ask you, what's the better movie, Godzilla vs. Kong or Pacific Rim 2? Damn, Data Nerd, damn. SP Firestarter, I'm gonna drink water. I'm gonna drink some water, and I'm gonna drink both, just for you, SP Firestarter. I think I only saw Independence Day 2 like one time, so I can't speak to that specifically lore-friendly. It was a big, dumb, loud movie. I disagree, Riot Sister. I disagree. I'm going to say that Godzilla vs. Kong is a better movie than Pacific Rim 2. Because Now, as I say this, bear in mind, both movies are a goddamn shit show. Yes, Roland, I am 100% there with you. Some of the things that Jackie Chan has said, and it's hard to say, like, Jackie Chan's conduct has been very, very disappointing over the last few years, but he has said some very, very positive things about some truly horrific things the Chinese government has done. However, I don't really want to drag too much into that subject because it's not really what we're here to talk about. Godzilla vs. Kong has better fighting. And I would have forgiven quite a lot of the problems in Pacific Rim 2 if they hadn't fucked up the most important part of the film, which was making the fights look good. But the fights in Pacific Rim 2 were trash. They were trash. Insulting garbage. And I can't even blame the Chinese producers for that one like I would very much like to. I have to blame John Boyega on a somewhat personal level, because I watched John Boyega's one of the many interviews that he did leading up to that movie, because he was one of the other major producers.
Of Cold Gray.
I love this book.
And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
I watched some of the interviews that John Boyega did leading up to Pacific Rim 2, and he was the one who was talking about how he used his production influence and dollars to change the way that the Jaegers moved. And that irritated me so much. Here is this very wealthy, but apparently very empty-headed man saying, yeah, but I wanted them to change some stuff about the fighting. Like, I want the Jaegers to move faster and, like, do jumps and kicks and stuff, you know, like ninjas, because it was stupid the way they were moving slow in the first movie. And I'm just like, you brain-dead motherfucker. You absolute shitheel. And I confess, it is fully the fact that a man exists out there who is able to swing dollars at a property that I love and just be like, hey, you know all those things you love about it? We're pulling those out because I don't like them. And everything looked shitty as a result. You got 250 foot tall robots jump kicking off the side of skyscrapers and doing flips, and I'm like, what, huh? It's bad enough that these things are standing on their own. God, I hated that. All the kaiju were forgettable, all the Jaegers were forgettable, the writing was terrible, the acting was worse. It had no heart. There was no heart in that movie at all. There was no belief in anything except the cynical love of making money, and it just kills me.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Grey, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface, I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment as he cleans his brush.
They stripped the heart out of something that was almost entirely composed of heart and love, and it just killed me to see it. It just did. Mark plays games. Yeah, man, how you doing? How are things? Glad to see you back. Charles Dance actually narrating 50 Shades. Dude, Charles Dance is a fucking pro. There's the one thing I will say also about Godzilla King of the Monsters. It had Charles Dance in it. And he literally has a line at one point where Millie Bobby Brown is lecturing people, and he's like, he looks around at people in the room and he's like, are you seriously doing what a 12-year-old tells you to do? I'm like, thank you, Charles Dance. I was just thinking the same thing. The American Go USA movies are largely the result of cultivating a culture of being so terrified of socialism that nationalism and authoritarianism ran unchecked for 7 decades, and so isn't that propaganda in itself? Go see. I mean, you know, I feel like that subject only feels complex to those of us on the inside of it, to those of us who are Americans, because we're like, yes, it glorifies us, but there's a more nuanced approach to and it's like, yeah, maybe. But ultimately, what it really comes down to is we're paying for it, so it better make us look good. And I don't think that that's really any more artistically valid. On Independence Day, there's a line when the team is radioing all the different militaries of the planet. The British said, about time someone had a plan. Yeah. It's silly. And again, when you're on the inside of it, it's easier to swallow. And in some ways, I'm grateful to the new Chinese-produced realm of super blockbusters in that they have shown me what it's like to be on the other side of it. They have granted me that understanding that I might not otherwise have had. I think that looks pretty good around the cockpit. I dig it. I'm going to put some weathering on this guy's feet. Oh, we're back to this again, are we? Where there's a fly buzzing around my office, pissing me off? Great, I love that time of year. It's impossible to get away from the flies out here. It's just, there's so many of them. You hunt them down, but outside they are breeding en masse. I feel like we were just here, right? Some isopropyl. I'm never going to catch a fly on stream again. I did that one time, and it was amazing. Ugh. Alright, hang on. I need to grab a container for my isopropyl. I'll be right back. Okay. Got my little bit of porcelain here. Put a little bit of isopro in there. Just a little. A little goes a long way. What's printing this time? Yeah, we got some, it's another one of this right here that's on there. Chiku. And really another one's only going because I'm trying to perfect the size of these little mechanical joints. What do we know about people making custom decals? I've tried most methods. If you have a laser printer, you can do some pretty decent ones at home using, well, you know, decal. Water slide decal sheets. Depending on what sort of decal you're doing, you can use either clear or white. If you're going to have a white component in your decal, though, it's worth noting that printers don't have white ink. They're not capable of making white, so you need to use all the other colors and then do it on white decal paper and have that be the white component. Otherwise, that part's just going to be clear. And a couple of Vallejo pigments I'm going to use here. Mostly this here Desert Dust. The best place... I don't know why there aren't more model decal manufacturers out there. There's like... There's was it Fighting Piranha Graphics. Does amazing decals, and he's one of the only people making them. Rainy River Designs is looking at doing more decals, and they've done a couple for me. I haven't had a chance to use the ones that they sent me yet, but they are trying to make them and improve at them. So I think that if you were to go over to, if you hit ! Rainy River, you'll get a link to their site. And I think if you bug them plenty and give them some feedback and reviews to improve their process, I would love it if they became another good source of custom decals, because right now there's pretty much Fighting Piranha, and he's busy like all the time, because it's like one guy and a printer. We need more. I'm just gonna dab some of this into the foot joints here. Ooh, that was a bit aggressive, actually. Tone that down slightly. Some of this off. Back it down a bit. Something I like to do if I'm doing weathering powder too is to get some of it in the base, because the colors aren't always going to match. dab some around on the base and kind of color match a little bit better. There's just some isopro. I want to pull some of this down and off if I can, because that went on a little bit more opaque than I'd been hoping. Hey, Geeky Taniki, how you doing today, man? First thunderstorm of spring! Like an actual thunderstorm? Because I'm jealous in that case. I want some. Send me some. Had any good storms here. We're supposed to get a little bit more snow on Tuesday. Hooray! More snow. Hopefully the last snow of our spring. Oh, thank you so much, Geeky Taniki. Yeah, this one came together really nicely for just being a pretty quick dry brush job that we did right here on stream. I'm not great at using weathering powders. I use them so sparingly, so I'm just kind of making this up as I go. Don't mind me. The second foot a little bit more like I'd been hoping. Some more on the toes. Up by the knee. A little bit on the underside of the thigh since that faces the ground. Well, not a lot of snow, Riot Sister, and they're saying, like, the ground is going to be warm, so almost none of it's going to stick around very long, and, like, it won't be a big deal. I'm also trying to be careful here because I'm using isopropyl, and if I'm too rough on the acrylic paint job, it will just pull it right off. So there's definitely such a thing as too much. A little bit on the underside of the pelvis. Not a lot. A little goes a long way. A little goes a real long way with weathering powders. Inside of the knee. Spread some of this around a little bit. On the base, just to blend what colors I have there together a little bit more. A little more on this foot. Gather it in the crevices as best you can. It's where a lot of dust is going to gather on any machine, any place that there's like grease or oil. Guess 6, because the news said 2 to 4. Yeah, that's, oh, meteorologists. Supposed to fly out of Denver on Wednesday. No, you shouldn't have any issues. To Square, this is Vallejo Pigments Desert Dust, which is appropriate for the desert environment base. And I think I'm going to maybe work in just a touch of the dark yellow ochre. Not a lot, just a touch, and just because I used a good amount of yellow in the base itself. A little bit more of my isopropyl. Not a lot. Just a dabble do ya. I'm just using a shitty old brush for this, because accuracy is not terribly important. Yeah, there's a little bit of extra color in there now. I think that really helps it. So yeah, now we got some real dusty legs on the old Oryx as it makes its way through the desert. Fairly easy to apply with just a little bit of isopropyl alcohol and a fairly crappy brush. I'm not gonna lie, Data Nerd, I love this color. I love this color in the same way that I love my usual purples. You're not wrong, it kind of goes right along with that. I'm going to go ahead and throw some black paint down on the edges of the base to clean it up. And then if it needs any more touch-ups before sealing, I'll get to that a little bit later. I'm going to go ahead and let that set on the legs so I get a good look of how the final model is going to look. Some thinned down black paint, nothing fancy, nothing special. Huge proponent of Stynal Res. Thoughts on Badger's Ghost Tints? I have not used them. I don't use many Badger products. Stynal Res is a fairly new one for me. I'm just a very, very active convert because it is a truly fantastic primer. I could not speak to any of their other stuff. There you go. Get you some Battle Mechs, buddy. Hell yeah, Gus. They're fairly nice figures. I think that there are third-party hobbyists out there making better figures for BattleTech than CGL, which is kind of ironic. But compared to the last 20 or so years of BattleTech figures, the Catalyst Game Labs are a massive improvement. And they paint up pretty nice. There we go. Battle mech on a simple desert hex base. That's right. And, yeah, they are a bit soft. And Gus Schultz, this one that I'm painting here is from Metalcore Collectibles. And he has a lot of different styles of battle mech that are, like, the quality level on Metalcore Collectibles models, it's an order of magnitude removed from Catalyst Game Labs. These, the details are much deeper, the edges are much more crisp, and they're multi-part and fully posable. So you can build them in any pose that you want and in a whole huge variety of different weapons loadouts. Like, I really like the work that he does. I think they're more fun to paint. I was able to, like, this is you'll note this is a fairly simple paint job that's been done on this mech, but we did this almost exclusively with a dry brush, but because the details are as crisp and as deep as they are, it actually worked. You can kind of do that with the Catalyst ones, but yeah, their edges are real soft because they're all manufactured in PVC. There will, in theory, in an unknown amount of time, be some limited edition styrene versions of the CGL sculpts, but information on that is kind of spotty. We're not sure when it's going to be coming out, and like I said, they're apparently going to be limited editions, so you'll have a limited time to get them, and I don't know, it's, yeah. Who knows? Who knows what will come of that? I'm really pretty happy with how this turned out. What do you think, Metalcore? For being a simple paint job? Yeah, Metalcore's models are top fucking notch, and he has a lot of battle mechs that are perfectly functional proxies for existing ones in the Battletech lore, as well as some that are more particular to Operation Lancaster. I think it looks pretty decent, actually. But I don't know if anybody gives a shit. These hex bases that this is on, this is a 3D printed hex base with the texture just built right into it. You can find a whole set of 4 of these for free up on my Thingiverse. If you have a resin printer, they're easy to print, they're easy to paint, and they look fairly decent, I think. We're going to have some more 3D printable resin hex bases available through Steel Warrior Studios in the near future. This was just my first test set, sort of a proof of concept. Hold up, I'm missing some stuff. Let me get caught up. Oh yeah, his tanks and vehicles are hard to argue with. Like, they're really nice. Also, he has an obsession with magnets to the point that if you get models that are designed to be magnetized for modularity, he also includes the magnets themselves. You don't even have to get them. He's a little crazed, as it were. Oh, let's see. Picked up Daler Rowney fluorescent yellow ink, and it's really cool. I believe that forgot it wrong. I've got a little bit of Daler Rowney's inks, not their fluorescent ones. I'd be very curious to see the results that you get with the fluorescent ink, because I'm always looking for fluorescent options. I've got some of the Createx fluorescent colors. They're okay. They're a little chalky, their pigments are a little bit weird, and if there's something a little thinner that I could overlay onto like a pre-shade, that would be more ideal for me. Can you re-say your answer to your question? Amazon showed up right... Wait, what did I say? That's a good question. Huge proponent of Stynal... Oh, the Stynalrez question. Yeah, my answer to that is I don't know. I use Stynalrez quite a lot. I don't really use any of Badger's other products. They are probably good quality, but I can't say one way or the other. Real thin. Yeah, Vergaderung, if you use some of them, please post the results. I'd be very interested in seeing. Very interested indeed in seeing how that turns out. Roland kind of had an idea. Uh-oh. What you thinking there, Roland? So yeah, one more time, here is our... And I'll get some pictures of this guy taken. Again, real simple paint job. It's nothing crazy, nothing special. But I'll get some pictures taken of this guy for you, Metalcore. And if you like the look of the Oryx, this is one of... How many configurations did you do for this Metalcore? There are so many options for this mech, it's kind of insane. It is a huge number of weapons, a huge number of options, different types of jump jets. This piece on top, the little spoiler is optional. Like the front weapons, there are different plugs that go. Like it's crazy. It's crazy the different number of Oryxes you can make. But it is the latest and arguably the greatest. Where'd my brushes go? What did I do? Oh, there they are. There they are. Pun expected, bringing down the lightning. How you doing today, Pun expected? Probably trapped for a moment in pre-roll advertisement hell. So I'll give him a second. How much did you miss, WJ? Everything. Everything, Pun expected. Welcome in. How was your stream? I hope you had a good one. We've been having some fun over here ourselves. Welcome in, Raiders. We're just getting started on a little bit of Warcaster. I've been kind of getting a few other small projects done before getting to this. Now we're going to dig in. Alien-type bust. All the pinks and blues are fluorescents. Oh, shit, really? That was a really nice job that you did on that one. With some truly unsettling biological architecture to it. Hey, Valfera, how you doing? Hopefully that print's done fairly soon, for that matter. So I got some other stuff to start up. I'm gonna darken this just a touch, not a lot. A little bit of black mixed in. It's from a Disney film. I missed that one. Good God. To be fair, I miss most Disney films. Oh, that's a lie, because I watch Marvel and Star Wars. I keep forgetting that those are Disney now. Everybody keeping up on Falcon and the Winter Soldier? I've been enjoying that show. I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, so I'm not going to talk about the latest episode, but it's pretty entertaining. It's not without hiccups and problems. I think that it's a little confused about the tone that it wants to set, but most of the show is pretty good. Last episode made me uncomfortable. Yeah, there are a few scenes in it that are a little bit like, yee. Which is what gets me about it, is that it's like goofy, jokey, this and that, and then like brutal violence, like right next to one another, that are oddly placed. Saw a good fan casting Wyatt Russell as Agent Callus. I don't know that we're ever, like, I like that. I don't know that we're ever going to see Agent Callus again. They really gave him like a, and then... Oh god, I forgot the name of Homer Simpson's dog from that goddamn Simpsons episode. They're like, oh, and then he went back to his home planet. Yeah, I think they kind of did that with him. They're like, and then he went off to hang out with Zeb, and he was never seen again. Which makes it a little hard for them to bring him back. As much as I wish they would. Just the last scene. Yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what I liked about that last scene, Riot Sister? Is in the scene a few times before that, without getting into any spoilers, that character who got murked was the one talking about how he used to be a fan of Captain America. It's like, I used to be a fan of Captain America, and then like 3 scenes later. That was dark. That's what throws me about the show, though, is that it both wants to be dark, and then it has some of the worst jokey jokes in all of Marvel. And I know that Marvel's kind of famous for that at this point, but this show has some pretty egregious ones. That really stand out. Poochie, thank you so much. Yeah, Poochie went back to his home planet. It's kind of what they did to Callus. I must go. My people need me. Like, I want it to be Dark Riot Sister, but it's, for me, it's struggling in that it doesn't want, like, you'll have a super serious scene, and then they'll punctuate it with some ridiculous callback joke that is totally out of place. There's a scene when Bucky and Sam are in, like, a fairly serious firefight that they barely escape from, like, by the skin of their teeth. And then they take the time when they're getting into this car to have a joke scene where Sam gets in the seat behind Bucky and he's like, "You're not gonna move your seat up, are you?" And Bucky's like, "Nope." And all I can think is like, yeah, guys, I remember. I saw Civil War. I remember the first time you did that joke. It's really awkwardly placed here. But I mean, bear in mind my complaints about Falcon and the Winter Soldier are like, these are ways I see the show and I'm like, but it could be better. It's still good. It's a good show. It's a lot of fun. I think it's well cast. I think Kurt Russell's son, Wyatt Russell, is doing a fantastic job as U.S. agent. If I'm getting anything from this show, it's that I want Wyatt Russell to get his own show about U.S. agent, and I hope that's what they're leading into. Because he's fantastic. When the one dude spits in his face and he screams at him, "Do you know who I am?" and his voice breaks for a second, that was brilliant. That was brilliant. That was amazing. I don't think they're gonna kill him. Like, they really seem like they're leading into him getting his own show. At least I hope they are. Because they're setting themselves up for a new round of characters. And I can't imagine that they introduce U.S. Agent just to kill him off. He's not a huge character in the comics, but he's not a tiny character either. He's a bigger character than Crossbones, who I'm still a little angry that they killed the way they did. Hell, even Batroc the Leaper gets to live. Like, they didn't kill Batroc the Leaper. I don't think they're gonna kill U.S. Agent. John is U.S. Agent leading the Thunderbolts? Yes. With Zemo? Yes. Yes, please. I'd pay money to watch that. I really hope that they are going to do the Thunderbolts. There are a lot of rumors about whether they are or not. I think the Thunderbolts will be a lot of fun. Especially since Zemo has become such a, like, underground hit as a character. Everybody loves Zemo. All we needed was 2 seconds of Zemo dancing awkwardly in a club, and he became, like, an international sensation of a meme. That says something. See, these are the things that the algorithm, the demonic, evil algorithm that I decry so much, these are the things that the algorithm pays attention to. Did the character become a meme immediately? Wonderful. Market him. Oh, it's THS. Oh, it's Sheza. Sheza, how we doing? How's the Marvel Crisis Protocol coming? To Square, that is getting dangerously close to spoilers, though I will say that there is nothing in the show that has actually confirmed that theory. It is only a fan theory based on circumstances and a few small nods and events. Also, I will say, yeah, I think that that's absolutely what they're leading into. She's in like one episode, and I think they hint at that very, very heavily. Besides, good for her, because she barely had a character in the movies, and if they make her into, like, a bad guy in the shows, that'd be... Like, if you came to me as an actor, after playing the role that she did, in the last few Marvel movies she was in, and they were like, we want to make you a bad guy for a whole series of Marvel shows. I'd be like, yes, please, sign me up. They've introduced so many characters that can be members of the Thunderbolts at this point that it would be a wasted opportunity for them not to do it. That, and with the Avengers being one of the biggest properties in the world, how can Disney not see the money behind, now let's do a team of bad guys? Like, the question for so long has been, where do we go with the MCU now that Endgame is over? And I think that the two most interesting directions they can go, and the two directions they seem to be going, are multiverse and bad guy teams. We're gonna have Kang the Conqueror in the next Ant-Man, so it's looking like we're probably setting up for, what is it, Young Avengers. I would love that to Square. I don't give a shit. They could bring him back as a totally different character. Just bring back Sam Rockwell. Sam Rockwell is amazing. I don't care if you have to recast somebody completely different. Just bring back Sam Rockwell. He was good as Justin Hammer, though. Well, here's the thing, though. Armor Wars, right? Do we know anything about Armor Wars yet? We know that it's going to be a show. Is Armor Wars not the perfect place to bring back Sam Rockwell as Justin Hammer? My only question is, would Sam Rockwell be down for doing a television show on Disney+? I don't know. I do not know the answer to that particular question. I hope that he would be. It's not like it's just any TV show. It's a Disney TV show, which is, you know, changing the texture of entertainment in a weird way. So I like to think the answer is yes. Bad guy team up would also be worth it to show DC it's doable. I have high hopes for Black Adam. I really, really do. The Rock is doing it. He has a lot of passion behind the project. Black Adam is an awesome fucking character. They've already teased a team up of a number of Shazam's enemies, and I hope that they go through with it. But since it's DC, whatever it is they try to do, they'll absolutely find a way to fuck it up. So, that's sort of a foregone conclusion. They're sitting on their heels for Suicide Squad. Yeah, there's a lot of people at Warner Brothers who are just kind of waiting to see what happens with Suicide Squad and Black Adam right now. I don't think they need to bother with that, Roland. They can just as easily snap their fingers and be like, oh, we brought in Black Widow from another universe, and just carry on with ScarJo. Here's the thing, though. Scarlett Johansson's like a real actress. Like a real actress. Have you guys seen Marriage Story with Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver? Like, holy shit. I feel like Scarlett Johansson wants to do something other than Black Widow. I really feel like she wants to do something real with her career, and I can't imagine that she wants to continue just doing more Black Widow appearances. No spoils, no spoils. Bleach linen. Bright ivory. Pale warm gray. Like, she's been Black Widow in the background for God knows how many movies at this point, for years and years and years. Let her do something else. For that matter, I'm happy that Adam Driver is free of Star Wars at this point, so he can go do something else, because again, Adam Driver is a serious fucking actor. He ain't playing around. Hey, Ion Raptor Designs, how we doing? Can we go ahead and get a shout out from my boy Ion Raptor? An extremely talented 3D artist and an extremely talented streamer. Guys, if you're not following Ion Raptor and you have any interest in 3D design whatsoever, Battletech, A Billion Suns, spaceships, robots, laser guns. And let's face it, if you're in this chat, you probably have an interest in one of those things. If you're thinking, Thunderhead, you're describing me, go give Ion Raptor a follow, because you're going to want to see what he does next, particularly if you're into 3D printing. Oh, I do. Well, you make my 3D printer go burr, so there's that. I don't have one of those cruisers on yet, Ion Raptor. I started designing a base for it, but I will tell you I have divided it up in such a way that I think I can do a 5-post base that will work pretty well for it. Adam Driver's an amazing actor. He's an amazing actor. I mean, his history in the military aside, it's an interesting history, and it certainly informs who he is as a man, but I mean, his acting talent alone, he is fucking incredible. He carried what parts of the Star Wars prequels were even passable on his shoulders basically by himself. Daisy Ridley did some... I actually like Daisy Ridley. That's the funny thing. I am among the people who's like, Rey sucks. I'm also among the people who's like, Daisy Ridley is a lot of fun, and she is. She has a lot of enthusiasm. She has really great screen charisma, and I think it's almost a shame that she got shoehorned into playing Rey for as long as she did. And I'm excited to see where she goes after this. I mean, I'm sure she isn't sorry. She got paid so much money, it's disgusting. So, you know, she's doing fine. I still haven't... Okay, I'm a little ashamed to admit that I haven't seen The Dead Don't Die yet. That's, was it Jim Jarmusch, right? I have not gotten around to watching that one yet, but I keep meaning to. Yeah. I maintain, for as much as I will complain about the Star Wars sequels, and if you've been on this stream, you know that I absolutely do that fairly regularly, I liked The Force Awakens quite a lot, and I still do. Like, I like it less than I did, because I know that all the promise it represented was ultimately going nowhere. But I really quite liked The Force Awakens. I enjoyed watching it. I didn't complain about most of the things that other people did. I thought that they were all pretty forgivable. I feel like it was a good start, and all the potential that it represented was just blown out somebody's ass in the next movie. Tilda Swinton's in everything. Tilda Swinton's in things you don't realize Tilda Swinton's in. If you don't think Tilda Swinton's in a movie, she was probably just playing a man. Okay, chat. Okay, chat. I got one for you. Favorite Tilda Swinton role? Go. Tell me what it is. And if you're feeling brave, tell me why. The Archangel Michael in, not John Wick, obviously, though it starred him, Constantine. Okay, nice. Gabriel, thank you. Yeah, I was like, was it Michael? No, it was Gabriel, yeah. I'm with Hethrir. I don't even think it's the best choice, Hethrir. I think she's probably done better roles, but that's my favorite. Grand Budapest Hotel. Another one I'm ashamed to admit I haven't watched. Groland. What's up, Groland? I have not watched Grand Budapest Hotel. It's on my list of, like, I should really watch this, and I just haven't done it. But Thunderhead, they subverted expectations. What an abused phrase that is. They did, you know what? You're absolutely correct. They subverted my expectations because I expected the movie to be fucking watchable. Expectations subverted. The White Witch, not her best, but damn fun. She was the White Witch. What movie was that in Crossbow Roof? I didn't see it. I remember when she was in it. Yeah, Lord Hethrir, I love that scene in Snowpiercer when Tilda Swinton is talking to the Bat-Car. Chronicles of Narnia, thank you so much. She is just so completely disconnected. Completely disconnected from the plight of the lower class on the train. And her whole thing about, like, you know, she picks up the shoe. This is a shoe. And she walks over and she puts it on the dude's head, whose arm is outside the train being frozen off. And she's like, you wouldn't wear a shoe on your head. That's not where the shoe goes. The shoe goes on your foot. You're a shoe. Be a shoe. I'm like, oh my god, this is horrifying. Tilda Swinton has got to be, like, one of the most prolific actresses in film history at this point. She's amazing. Snowpiercer is a better movie than I think people give it credit for. It's not a perfect movie by any stretch of the imagination. It's highly metaphorical and it kind of falls apart towards the end. But it has so many brilliant moments in it. And if you watch like that and Parasite, the ideology of the director should be very, very, very clear. Very clear. Yeah, that's what I've been told, Roland. I do like Wes Anderson movies. I'm not as into Wes Anderson as a lot of people are. But I need to watch Grand Budapest Hotel. I very much do. Chaotic Harmony. Chaotic Harmony. I thought we disabled raids. From Toxic Harmony. Chaotic, welcome in, man. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I hope you guys are having a very fine day. We're having a pretty good one over here. I forgot to do something, and I've got to go back. Oh, God. I just dropped everything all over everything else. Oh, Jesus.
Not to worry. We are still flying half a ship.
How you doing, Chaotic? How are things, man? And welcome in, raiders. What were you up to today, Chaotic? Were you by chance doing any painting? I didn't look to see. You have been doing quite a lot of painting lately, though, and that makes me very happy, I have to say. Playing Mechanika. I haven't played that since it came out. I understand they dropped a couple of updates since then. When I started playing it, when it first came out, it was a little shallow. It was a little shallow. There were a few optimal builds that were like, yeah, obviously I'm going to take that, but I haven't played it since then. And I assume they've done some balancing passes? I should probably give it another shot. We see above message. When will you do more Monster Apocalypse? Thursday. We spend points to join the Monster Apocalypse army. That's an interesting idea, WJ. Yeah, we're doing, so Monster Apocalypse I'm doing all in oil paints. And so we're calling it Phthalo Thursday, because that's one of the pigment types. It's very clever. It's very clever stuff. But yeah, we will be doing more Monster Apocalypse on Thursday, and probably on Thursdays for at least the next month while I try to knock out my 2 starter boxes. I'm not opposed to this idea, though, because I have drawn a bit of a blank on some of the color schemes that I want to use. What would... See, would you want to essentially redeem points to choose the color scheme of a monster or a mecha? Is that what you have in mind, WJ? Yeah, Mechanika seemed like a good game, by the way, Chaotic. I haven't tried it since it first released. But you make me think I should check it out again. Welcome in, by the way, Raiders. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio, where we paint minis and complain about popular movies just all day long. It's like the only thing I do. It's shameful. And sometimes we encourage internet trolls to paint minis. Isn't that right, Chaotic? Well, that's a funny-looking orc. He's got plenty of DACA, though. You gotta give him that. How you doing, Fire Smoke? Finished the main painting of the battle suits today. Now just gotta do the weapons. That's fucking awesome, man. How's construction on that Onager Dune Crawler going for you? My hands are a little shaky today, so I'm just trying to do as little damage as I can. It's about half built. Awesome. Yeah, I've always liked the part, and I'm going to have a similar moment with these guys, because I don't know if you guys have been paying attention to the weapons that I've been making. I'm going to have to paint all these. These are all the weapons that I've designed, or rather built for 3D printing for Warcaster to replace the metal options for the Warjacks. But, yeah, I'm gonna have to paint, like, all of these, which... That'll be something! Hey! Hamburg, thank you so much for the reminder. Also, you data nerd, trying to keep me hydrated. You did this. Yeah, I did this to myself. Self-inflicted wounds, forgot it wrong. Self-inflicted wounds. Alright, Verg. Well, thanks for stopping in, man, and hope to see you again before we're done. You gonna share some of them pics in the storm report there, Chaotic Harmony? You gonna share some of the pictures with us, buddy? Sure hope so. There you go. Get that group pick in there, baby. What do you mean, Roland? I'm curious. What don't you like about it? I have my own opinions on the design of it. I will say that Deathray Designs are damn good folk and good personal friends. But that should in no way influence the review process. I'm very, very curious about what your thoughts are on the terrain. Because I have only seen pictures of it. I haven't had any of it in my hand yet. That's one way to put it. Fantastic. Yeah, I look forward to seeing it, Pun Expected. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I hope you have a fucking fantastic evening. Always good to see ya. I'm sorry I don't get as many opportunities to stop into your stream. I find myself just doing so much. So much these days, but I'll try to make myself known next time you're on, man. Really just trying to fly through this paint job. I'm not worried too much about being clean or anything like that. Remember, guys, we're finishing projects this month. That's what I said. That's what I'm going to try to stick to. Tea, please. Finishing the Borealis. Ooh, why you gotta call me out like that, Arkrave? Damn. Shots fired. It's probably a good idea, though. You're not wrong. I am an alt. You know, when I played MMOs, I was an altaholic, and I think that behavior carries right over here. I'm a project start-oholic. Start. But you're right, I do need to finish my Borealis. Oh, you can. WJ, the rules for Monsterpocalypse are such that there are only two factions. There are the Destroyers and the Protectors. Everything under the blanket of Destroyer can be taken if you're playing Destroyers. Everything under the blanket of Protectors can be taken if you're playing Protector. You can run a Guard Mecha, an Empire of the Apes giant ape, and then a bunch of Shadow Sun Syndicate cybernetic units. Like, you can do any mix and match that you want. The only differentiation is Protectors and Destroyers. Says it's hex compatible. I don't see any hex compatible. Okay, yeah, Metalcore collectibles. I can't speak to the actual internal design process of anyone who is not me. All I can do is speculate and make notes, and what notes I have made. I'll leave it over there then. Thank you so much. Other people don't seem to put as much weight in hex compatibility as I do. And I try to refrain from being like, oh, I'm doing everything right and nobody else is as cool as me. Oh, I'm the best guy ever. And I try not to say that, but, you know, nobody else is as cool as me, and I am the best guy ever, so, you know, what are you gonna do? No, but, hex compatibility for almost any set that isn't hex tech does seem to be very sort of perfunctory and hand-wavy. It's like, oh, and you can use it with hexes too. Whereas I put a great deal of time and effort into designing terrain specifically to work within hexes as well as is mechanically possible. And I wish there were more people out there doing that. I'll tell you, there's one person. There's one person who puts forward that effort that I have seen. There's a guy on Cults 3D, and Roland, you might want to check this out. Goes by Tin Nut. He is also on Reddit. He's great. He's fucking fantastic. He doesn't seem to see it. I keep telling him. He doesn't seem to want to listen. Zeke1680, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Somebody ban Matt Yee. I'm kidding. Don't really ban him. Don't really ban him. Matt Yee is fantastic. Don't, in fact, do the opposite. Give Matt Yee a shout out. Guys, if you're not following Matt Yee, and you enjoy watching mini painting here on Twitch, he needs to be added to your rotation. Guy's a fantastic streamer, great personality, really high production value. That last part might be a lie. But he has a well-presented stream and a great personality, and you should definitely give him a follow. How you doing, Matt? Yeah. Now, hold on. Matt Yee does have a button that zooms in on his face so he can punctuate his own bad jokes with an ironic look. And that is production value. I don't have that on my stream yet. When I do it, I'm going to have to give a quarter to Matt every time I use it. But does he paint kaiju? Currently, Matt, what are you painting right now? Are you still working on that Imperial Knight? All I've seen him paint is 40k, but he may do more than that. And if he doesn't, he should, because 40k is poo-poo. But no, we don't judge. We don't judge, except when we do, which is all the time. Took a dive into the first world of 3D printing. First run has been a disaster. A disaster. It almost always is, Matt. Welcome to the club. Feel free to drop details on us or ask in the Discord, man. We got a lot of people who 3D print around here, and I'm sure we could help you out. Can't find him on Cults. Roland, ping me on Discord and I'll send you a link. He hasn't made many sales. He does amazing work, though. He has some really, really good stuff for Battletech that is truly hex compatible. He's one of the only people I've found who understands what I mean when I say hex compatible. So outside of not being fully hex compatible, though, what do you think of Death Ray Design's new hex stuff? I'll be curious to see if they keep doing it, depending on how this first run of stuff goes, because I know that Austin is not totally in love with his 3D printers, but he does really good work. And of course, AMP Services is just a fantastic guy. Justin, the other side of the two-headed dragon that is Death Ray Designs. Amazing streamer, amazing painter, really, really good dude. Yes, he does ships for 1 billion suns. This is also true. Crossbow Roof, do you have a link to his Cults page? And if you do, could you post it in chat? You were painting some trolls. Oh, are you doing a self-portrait? This is my I made a joke face. It's good, right? I should patent that. Woo! And I just lost 10 followers. There we go. Arkrave, thank you so much for posting that. Roland, check that stuff out. I've actually talked to him about his work, and I've tried to encourage him to do more of it. He got a 3D printer and designed his own stuff and then put it up for sale in the hopes of paying for that 3D printer. I've been trying to convince him that he could make more money and that he should continue making things. So if you go onto Tin Nuts Cult's page and you like what you see, please buy something from him and please encourage him to keep working. Because like I said, he's one of the only people I have found who does hex-compatible work in the same sense that I do it, and I would like there to be more of it. I think his prices are very reasonable. This is what I get for coming here. I should have known. I should have known. You should have, Waffles. You should have, but now you can't leave. Now you're here for the long haul. Yeah. How you doing, Waffles? How's it going, man? Pretty sure I touched something sticky and now I can't leave. Yeah, mind the floor glue. That's definitely what that is, nothing else sticky. I don't know what else you would possibly think in here would be sticky. Thank you for the reminder, Riot Sister. Streamer, ineffectually humping desk. Water shortage still a thing. Shame. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Stuff has been going. I can make boats that float now. Hey, man, that's something. More on his face. And another highlight. And looks like that print up there is done. I'm going to pull that off the printer in just a minute and get another one started.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs. So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
Every time, that makes me just a little bit nervous. So about those Empyrean bases, damn it, Hathrir! I'm working! I'm working on it, for fuck's sake! Fucking shit, Iperben? How you doing, man? How are things? What would I ever do without you, Iberben, you wonderful, wonderful person, you? Yeah, I saw that burn, by the way, Riot Sister. Damn. I feel you on that one, too. I have two colors. alarmingly pale, and lobster red. So yeah, I'm very sorry that that happened. Want some serious feedback for the 2 paint schemes, color choice, pattern, etc. If they're in the storm report, I will happily do that for you, Roland. I mean, even if they're not, I'll still do that, but if they're in the report, I'll be able to do it here shortly. Oh my god, downslide. Has it really been 14 months of 2 weeks of flattening the curve? Ooh. Sick burn, bro. Your references are out of control, bro. They're the best, everybody knows that. But yes, it has been. Oh man, 2020 was a shit show, huh? I mean, 2021's a shit show, but it feels better to be able to look back on 2020 and be like, hey, that happened and is in the past. We can complain about how shitty everything is now, but we can, kind of pretend like it's better by noting how much it sucked before. That's always a good time. How you doing, Downslide? How are things? I'm glad you like the look of it. I'm just trying to not slow down. I'm just trying to keep painting. If I mess something up, fuck it, keep going. I've got another one of these and a Nemesis to do, and then I can call my Aeternus Continuum done, and I can start working on my Iron Star Alliance figures. Have some tea. Alright, now I need to pull out a lighter highlight. I did not get more Ghost Gray. Oh, you know what, though? I didn't get more Ghost Gray, but I did get something that I want to try. Where'd I put it? There it is. I have some Rainy River Designs paints here. Specifically Shadow Skull, which is sort of a cool gray. Which I believe Kursala noted should be a reasonable proxy for the Ghost Gray that I've been using. We're about to find out if it is. And if it isn't, I'm holding you personally and financially responsible. I mean, like, the total damages that could possibly be incurred only amount to like $10, so don't be too worried. And I don't even know how I would do that. The paint would somehow have to force me to throw the model across the room for that to be possible. Well, it thins pretty nicely. Let's try it out. Yeah, I like the fine tip dropper too. Let's start working on some damn Imperium bases. Yeah. Magnificent. Thank you, Catacarmony. I'm looking forward to seeing it. pretty close, actually.
I know you're really focused, Thunderhead, but your camera is not.
Every time, like, I'm used to Chaotic Harmony's voice. Somehow I'm not used to Cat's voice yet, and I'm always like, whoa, Cat's talking to me. It freaks me out a little bit every single time.
If you anger the fox, you're gonna get stuffed in a box.
That's the only one that has previously been Cat talking. I think. Is there another one? I think that's it. I see Claw. The Great Claw. Yeah, the fair dues, Kursala, fair dues. I have a significant amount of Rainy River Designs paint here just for my enjoyment, and gotta remember to use it. So far, it's going down nicely. Actually didn't even need that much thinning. I could probably stand to clean this brush. Oh yeah, I put a little bit of it in the package that is going out to Darkheart, actually. So some Rainy River Designs will find its way into his hands for compare and contrast against Army Painter, Reaper, and the rest. I've been trying to really pick out a variety of different brands for each set that I've started to kind of construct for the Wayward Paint program, because the idea is to give new painters a variety of paints so that they can try different brands and kind of decide what they like. And including Rainy River Designs in that is just fantastic. Why am I so itchy today? I'm just like itchy all over. I don't think it's allergies. I'd be sneezy if it was allergies. I'm gonna put down a little bit more of this Shadow Skull and not thin it this time, because honestly, it's pretty well thinned and I might have overdone it. Let's try it just raw. And also, let me do a direct comparison with Ghost Gray. That's pretty damn close. That's real damn close. I think that Shadow Skull might be a little bluer than Ghost Gray, which, if I'm being honest, I like. Because Ghost Gray is pretty close to white. I mean, you know, it is Ghost Gray, which does sound like it would be pretty close to white, so it's probably on purpose. But I really, really like the little bit of blue. Not a lot, just some. It does want a little bit of thinning, but not much. Really don't want to put too much water into this Rainy River Designs paint. Only wants a touch. I mean, yeah, Kursala, but every paint says that. Like, you know, I mean, technically Reaper is ready to use right from the bottle, but it's more of a personal preference thing. I like my paints quite thin. Technically, Army Painter is ready to use right from the bottle, but you're still going to want to thin it some. It's sort of a to-taste kind of thing. What's it called when something exists in all states of matter at once? Is there a name for that? I mean, probably. Nerds come up with names for everything. Be curious to know what the actual answer is, though. Not because that's useful information. At least not in my daily life. Yeah, Ion Raptor, I'm not a good... Army Painter's not great paint. Army Painter Metallics are quite good. Army Painter Metallics have great coverage. Their regular paints need, 1, a lot of agitation, and 2, a lot of thinning to be very good, which is disappointing to me, because their metallics are great, and their shades, their washes, are fan-fucking-tastic. They're almost the only ones that I use. But I agree with you that if you're using their standard colors, you're going to run into a lot of problems, and you're going to fight with them a fair amount. They absolutely make the best washes around as far as I'm concerned. And don't ask me how they make kind of like garbage paint and good of everything else. I don't know. I just know that I love their washes. They have a glaze-like consistency to them. Whereas I find like Citadel washes are kind of too thin. Oops, put a bit too much there. That's okay, I'll live. I'll live, I'll live, I'll live. Got a Shadow Skull on top of another color. Paint on top of other paints? That's crazy talk. I mean, that's what I'm doing now. This is going down on top of some of P3's Coal Gray mixed with some Vallejo Heavy Blue Gray Extra Opaque. And the coverage is quite excellent. What? Hamburg Tack! Dropping some bits. Hamburg, thank you so much for your... Hamburg, like, I know, you are the fucking king of gift subs and donations, man. I really, really appreciate all the financial support that you've given the stream, dude. Thank you so much, and thank you for the biddies, bro. This is me using the Shadow Skull at full thickness without any thinning, and I'm just doing it because I only want to apply it to some very small areas. It's entirely possible, B-Proxy. He gives a lot of gift subs. The guy's kind of a champion. Maybe he just really hates commercials. I mean, that's possible. I know I do. Seriously, fuck commercials. Like, I'm to a point in my life now where I resent marketing so much that if, like, a company goes out of its way to market something to me, even if it's a product I should be using, I'll, like, specifically not buy it. I will hurt myself and make bad consumer choices just to spite advertisements. Chewy. For the glow specifically, excuse me, I've been using Pro Acryl paints, which I can also recommend. Right now I think that the Rainy River Designs and Pro Acryl are on my top list of recommendations. But this is Pro Acryl's Burnt Red, followed by, or rather layered up to Pro Acryl's Bold Pyrrole Red, and then up to their orange, and then their yellow. And it's just kind of going through that spectrum with a couple of mixes in between. Pro Acryl's really, really good paint. Like, the only two paints on my list of buy right now for new colors are Rainy River Designs and Pro Acryl. Anything I'm buying in another brand is just because they have a very specific color that I want to use, like P3's Coal Black. But even that, I'm going to try to use the Rainy River Designs proxies. That's not thinned at all. I haven't B-Proxy. I've not tried Chimera colors. I've heard good things about them. I know that, like, Brush for Hire uses them. I have not. There you go, that's the one. Here. Right. Got the hip. Now to move up the spine. Lurk away, Ion Raptor. Great to have you here. I knew that there was a joke in there, Roland. Like, I didn't want to read it out loud because I was like, he's gonna say something stupid. I know he's gonna. And then you went and you proved me completely right. So, Rainy River Designs, is a new paint line being developed by some of our artists right here in the stream. Kursala and Data Nerd run Rainy River Designs. They've been kind of getting the business off the ground and are fairly new to it. I always make all of my reviews completely honest. I will never blow smoke up anybody's ass. This is a promise that I make. I think that Rainy River Designs paints are roughly on par with many of the Vallejo game color paints that I have used. They're still being sort of developed, so they need more feedback. They're well priced, and they're a great company. If you have suggestions for Rainy River, colors that you'd like to see, then definitely hit them up. I have not had a chance to use all of the latest line of formulations that Kursala has sent to me, though I will be using them here on stream, so if you have any curiosities about them, please let me know. As of right now, I think it's mostly individuals. You can take a look at their paint line by hitting !Rainy River right there in chat, or !merch, which will take you over to their site specifically for Thunderhead Studio merch, but you can easily navigate over to their paints from there. Wait, what happened? What just happened? The POV gifted a tier 1 sub over to Data Nerd POV. Thank you so much for your generosity. Freeing Data Nerd from the dark, deep hell of pre-roll advertisements and allowing her to use some of our fantastic voice clips from Chaotic Harmony himself, the man, the myth, the monster. Yeah, if you want to check them out, B-Proxy, I've used a number of them. They're good paints. Like I said, I put them roughly on par with a lot of the Vallejo game color paints that I've used. I, of course, will say that they are brand new to it. This is very much a new venture. So if you have any issues with the paints, if you have any thoughts on them, please do contact them and let them know, because this line is still being developed. I mean, it's what I'm using right now, though. Holy shit, what's going on? What the fuck? Hamburg with another 5 gift subs, going out to Arkrave, Amish Stig, Waffles, The Wonderfish, Heresy Killer, and Crypt Shadow. Wow, that's a hell of a roster right there, isn't it? Oof. Hamburg Tag, thank you so much for your generosity and your support. I'm just, you know what I am, Hamburg? I'm just always glad that you're having enough fun in the stream that you feel like giving that much support. Like I love the support, don't get me wrong. I love dollar monies as much as the next guy. But what I love just a little bit more than that is that you're hanging out in chat and having a good time. You can also get a number of other supplies through Rainy River. Chaotic Harmony recently did a series of bases for his Tau using some of Rainy River's flocking. And I have some Rainy River's flocking here. I haven't had an excuse to necessarily use it since it's been sent to me, which I'm sorry about that, Kursala, but we'll find an excuse. Oh, that was for the Castellans. Either way, those bases came out amazing, Chaotic. If you felt like dropping a link to a picture of those so Proxy could check them out, they really came out nice. Ramzoos made it before the storm report. Holy shit, stop the presses. Be still my heart. Ramzoos, what's up, man? Always a pleasure to have you here in chat. I will say for a note, Kursala, on these paints, I've noticed this with all the Rainy River design stuff, it has a slightly higher viscosity than a lot of other paints that I use. This isn't necessarily a negative because it can be thinned down fairly easily, but I have noticed a little bit of a higher viscosity than you would see in something like a Reaper or a Pro Acryl. I will say that Rainy River Designs paints are better than Army Painter paints. The lid colors make a difference like Army Painter. Oh yeah, they do. They represent different lines. I haven't had a chance to use the green ones yet. Yeah, and this is the funny thing about paints, is there's kind of room for all sorts of different formulations depending on what you're using them for. Really hope Monster Apocalypse do their own version of Space Godzilla and King Ghidorah at some point. I love those two monsters very much. There's a faction for the Destroyers whose whole gimmick is that they make mecha versions of other factions, monsters or robots, or like they either make evil versions of the other faction's mecha, or they make mecha versions of the other faction's monsters. So that's definitely in the cards. I think they're a fairly new faction, so look for more. Ubercorp, thank you so much. Yes, Ubercorp is the faction. But yeah, like if there's a good guy monster, they make an evil mecha version of it. I'm a paint hoe. Everything from Apple Barrel to Pro Acryl, whatever works. That's the way to be. Bulldozer, the idea of having a loyalty to a paint brand is just kind of silly. Use what works for you. Like my paint rack is, I've got Vallejo, I've got Scale 75, I've got Reaper, I've now got Rainy River Designs, I've got Pro Acryl, I've got Army Painter. I got a lot of different paints. I use what works best for the individual task. Oh, missed a spot.
99 bottles of paint on the wall, 99 bottles of paint. Take one down, shake it around. 150 bottles of paint on the wall.
God, that is appallingly true. that is alarmingly accurate. There you go. You can put not Mechagodzilla on a Destroyer team. One of my favorite Destroyer models are the Martian faction. They have a monster that's just a goddamn UFO. It's just a UFO. And it connects to the ground by a big beam. You know, like the beam you up abduction beam. And I'm pretty sure it can actually abduct models. And presumably probe them. Thumb here. Kind of overdid that a bit. Okay, moving forward. It's actually working pretty well. It's such a bad time painting this model, like nothing about it, and stripped it several times. Did you paint the glowy bits and wires first, then paint the white parts? Yes. Jerkwater Jacko. A name that I love to say out loud, by the way. Jerkwater Jacko. That's just good, clean fun. Or not, depending on what the name actually means. I, in general, on every model, as a rule, will paint inside out. Which is to say, find the deepest part of the model that you need to paint and start there. And then work outward to your upper surfaces. And this is just because it is much, much easier to paint a raised surface than it is to reach past a painted raised surface and paint a deep surface. This won't always be true. There may be reasons you want to break this rule, but as a rule of thumb, paint inside out. And in this case, yes, I painted all the deep glowing parts, which are pretty rough, admittedly, but whatever, it works. And then the wires, and then I'm working my way out to the plates. It has a lot of fiddly bits on it. It really does. I like all the little cables, though. And always remember about general rules like that. They're just for most situations. There will always be circumstances where you want to break the rule, and only you, the painter, can decide when it's time to break the rules. Oh no, WJ, you have to watch a bunch of Godzilla movies? That's terrible. Poor you. That's awful.
Elbow rocket! Now!
Let me know when you get to Jet Jaguar. So many fiddly bits on my mind wanted to paint the flat parts first. Bad choice. Yeah, it's better to start deep. Start deep and then work your way out. Welcome to Thunderhead Studio. I just lost 10 followers. And don't be afraid to leave a lot of things in shadow, too. Particularly with these deep parts, like, hit the edges, hit the outer parts, but don't be afraid to leave the deepest parts in fairly deep shadow. You only kind of need to suggest these shapes. You don't really need to paint the whole thing. Chewie, number 8. Just like the previous 7 Chewies, but, you know, a little better. A little better. Thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Well, Hethrir, you are kind of an expert on what is cringe, so I'll take your word on that one. You are a man who has unironically just said the word wampus and then giggled for like 5 minutes straight, so I will not be taking that shit from you, sir. You're giggling right now because I just said the word wampus. I know you are. See? You see what I fucking mean, chat? Can I get the subs back for that? No refunds. Already, right? 15 months? Yeah, we're just about hitting that point. We just had Steel Warrior Studios renew for 15 months. For Gadarung, thank you so much for all the support, man. Every time that number goes up, my ego gets a little bigger. I mean, I get a little bit more thankful. That's what I meant to say. Now Downslide's giggling. Great.
Here at Thunderhead
Fantastic.
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's the one. Ooh, we're going to be starting the Storm Report in just about 8 minutes. Folks, if you want to get your entries in, make sure you get them in now. Actually made some decent progress today. Finished a model and got pretty far along on this Warjack. He needs some more work, but, you know, we'll get that done soon enough. You know what I really want to see? What I really want to see for a return of a Godzilla monster? I want Hedorah. I've always loved Hedorah. Hedorah is a great kaiju that is not used often enough. Oh, Jesus. There's 60 people in chat right now? That's... seriously? Okay. Well, hello everyone. I hope you're having fun. I know I am. Oh, thank you. Appropriate that Data Nerd would clarify the number. Isn't that just perfect? I can see the beeps and the boops and the gears, you know? Technically. Oh, chaotic. Oh, chaotic. The circle is now complete. When I left you, I was but the learner. Wait, no, that's a Darth Vader line, and I was starting to say it like Obi-Wan. Let's not do that. That's weird. I generally don't check my numbers until the stream is over. I think it's just a distraction. Stop it. Six, yes! The chat of the beast. Tell you, if I ever hit 666, I'm quitting. If we ever have 666 people in chat, that's the end of the stream. Right there. Bam. I'll never get any better than that. We'll have the chat of the beast, and then we'll call it quits. Also, I can't imagine a chat with 600 people in it being that fun to participate in. What about 420? If we get to 420, I'll just light up on stream. But see, it's easy for me to make declarations about these numbers because they're nonsense and they're not going to happen. It's like when you fantasize about winning the lottery. If I ever had $1 bajillion, I'd do this, that, and the other thing. Like, you don't have to really think that much about what you're saying because it's not going to happen. Yeah, I've noticed that too. Chats that get to 100 people, like, it gets difficult to be in those chats. I don't know if I would really want that. I don't know. Again, that's an easy thing to say when it's not happening. You're like, oh, I would never want that. And it's like, if it happened, I would probably be so high on my own farts that I wouldn't mind too much. God damn it, Pio, why do you have to... No, don't save that shit for posterity. I'm just talking shit. Fucking Iberben. Alright, I feel pretty good about those parts of the figure. About the glow and the undercabling. What I might do is do one black wash over the undercabling with some flow aid, just to really more of a pin wash. In fact, how long do I have? I have 2 minutes? Okay, I'm gonna do some quick pin washing then. That's all I'm gonna do, because I can't start on the plates in that amount of time. I'm going to add a little bit of flow aid. This is one of the few things that I do recommend you get as a painter. Like, I got over my use of, like, you should have matte medium. It does have its uses, but you're not going to use it anywhere near as much as you use something like a good flow aid. And what flow aid does is it breaks up the surface tension of whatever it is that you're using. You really only need a drop of it. And it will make whatever you add it to really, really flow deep into crevices and not hang out on surfaces so much. So I'll use it with my army painter washes, like in this case, because I really just want it to go to the deep parts. And not stain surfaces too much. What? Wait, what? When did I say that? I'm not... Oh, I see. I'm talking shit became I'm talking poopies because I have a super mature bunch of people in chat. I get it. Any impression that you have of me saying childish or embarrassing things is entirely perpetrated by Iberben and his generalized plot to slander me. Pee pee poo poo. Have you seen Catacomony? It's one of my absolute favorite edits that somebody did of the poster for that shitty movie, The Bye Bye Man. Have you seen that one, Catacomony? It was, because you can't say that on the, okay, yeah, I see. But, you know, the poster says, like, you know, ooh, don't even say his name. Somebody took that and they were like, you know, say his name, laugh if you want to, he's coming for you all the same. The pee-pee poo-poo man. That's high quality.
Finally catch a break after so long. Find a way of cheating dead.
Oh, thank you so much, Hathbeer.
Find a world where I belong.
look, all I do is say the things, okay? You're the one who then makes clips of them and shares them with the internet for all to see. I can't be expected to think about what I'm saying. You know what, Iberben? You start streaming and I'll clip every embarrassing, idiotic thing that comes out of your mouth. How about that? That sounds like a fun time, doesn't it? Yeah. We'll be getting to the Storm Report momentarily. Yeah, I'd watch, honestly, like, the irony being, I really do want Iberben to start streaming because he's a fucking amazing painter. And I want to watch him do the things that he does. All the while, he'll be saying things like, oh, I'm a terrible painter, or I'm colorblind, this is really and he'll be just knocking out incredible paint jobs like he does. It'll be disgusting. That was always his excuse when we played games, too. He'd be like, oh, I'm not very good at games because I'm colorblind and I can't tell what color the dice are. And then he's just whooping your ass left, right, and center. It is, I'm not even sure that it's true. I think he just says it to garner sympathy so that you don't see it coming. It's how he gets your guard down. What do we call the Storm Report before it was the Storm? You know, I wasn't even going to stick with the Storm Report for the name. I told Kat this a number of times. Like, I hate the name, the Storm Report. We got to come up with something else. And then I just never did, and now that's the name of it, and there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah, the Storm Report, baby. Have you not been here for one of these yet? We're going to start it in just a minute, and you'll see what we're getting at. Yeah, I still don't have a better name either. Like, I've tried to come up with some, and they all just feel really contrived. And I guess it's one of those things where you say something enough times, and it just sort of becomes official, and everyone gets used to it. Like, I don't think I could change the name now if I wanted to. Does the new name still need to be on brand? Everything has to be on brand. Everything has to be, weather or storm related. Because I'm an imaginationless asshole.
Welcome, everyone, to Thunderhead Studios, where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals. It is an important
have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to. For the love of God. For the love of God. That was one of the most amazing things. Chaotic made that during one of my streams. I said that, and by the time we got to the end of the stream, he had already made that voice clip. It was pretty amazing. Back just in time. Damn right, Ion Raptor. We are getting started momentarily. I'm just finishing this quick pin wash that I'm doing over all the parts that we just painted. I want this to dry while we're doing the Storm Report. Hands are getting extra shaky. I wonder why. Probably because I'm trying to move quickly. There's an irony there. almost done. A little bit here. A little bit on the neck. And a little bit on the weapons struts. Not a lot, just a touch, I think that's pretty good. Alright, so a decent amount of work today considering it was all fine detailing for all the little cables beneath the armor plates. The next step on this guy is going to be come up and finish all the white armor plates, define the glow a little bit better, and then this Warjack will be pretty much done. I need to do a little bit of cleanup on the base. You can see I left a couple of spots that are kind of scraped up. Yeah, well, Project Dark Fox, I am full of shit. So, you know, take from that what you will. Alright, finish the spot I want to. Get out of here, fly. I need to remember to clean this brush, so I'm going to put it on my left side, because that's usually where my cleaning brushes go. Alright. Actually came out looking pretty decent. Still needs 1 or 2 more rounds of highlights and probably 1 more wash, but I think it's going to look good when it's done. And then after that, we have this other Scourge Warjack, which is going to be done in the same colors. The only thing really different is his pose and the shape of his head. And then after he is done, we have what is going to be one of my favorites. What is one of my favorites? I love this sculpt. This here Nemesis Warjack. I love the look of this model, and I'm really, really looking forward to painting it, so I want to get these Scourges done so we can do some fun stuff with, like, engine glow and whatnot on him. And then my Aeternus Continuum skirmish force will be done. And then we are gonna dive right into the Iron Star Alliance. You have to assemble them, Amateur Paint Hour. And this is, he's just in black, so it's kind of hard to see some of his details. I've only done a little bit of primer on him. And it looks like I actually missed a spot right there. You can see the metal showing through. Fucking metal models, I swear. But this is one of the firebrands for the Iron Star Alliance. They have significantly fewer fiddly bits and significantly more big rounded panels. So this will be a different paint job entirely. Oh yeah, Chewie. Oh my god, I've gone completely nuts on the weapons. Like, I didn't like drilling the metal weapons to magnetize, so I've done literally all of the weapons for all these jacks. Like, I 3D modeled and printed them, and then made them easy to magnetize with pre-existing sockets, so, like, yeah. And I can print as many of the weapons as I want, and then swap them freely. Like, I've really kind of gone a little crazy. Like, you want to see? You want to see my resin weapons? This is my bag of 3D printed resin weapons. Shields, swords, guns, fucking everything. It's a little out of control for all 3 currently existing factions. But I like, you know, I like the 3D printed weapons, and I'm not a huge fan of metal, but I'm using it because I like the game. Alright, let me get some of these put away, and we'll roll right over into the Storm Report. The advantages of being a designer / printer. You're not wrong. You are not wrong at all. Let me close up my wet palette.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
Speaking of allergies, oof. I'm gonna take something after this. Let's go ahead and take a look at what y'all have been posting in tonight's Storm Reports.
Alright, Locusts and Gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I don't think I'm as good at dancing as Zemo is. Like, I try, but it's never going to come together. Doing AC in nearly the same scheme I did, but very clean and bright compared to the dirty speed paint experiments. Hit the jealous part of my brain. Strigiform, have I seen yours? I don't know that I have. It's possible. I might have been inspired by yours. If you felt like posting them over in the showcase channel on my Discord, I'd love to take a look at your work, man. There's nothing wrong with speed painting. There's absolutely nothing wrong with speed painting models. But yeah, you know what? I was mostly inspired by the Menoth figures from War Machine. Because I get... Like, I know that, like, the Aeternus Continuum, they're like, oh, black and red, and we're dark, and we're evil, and a lot of people are like, oh, they're kind of Crix-inspired. I don't really see that. I see more of a Menoth inspiration behind the Aeternus Continuum. And so I was kind of like, maybe white armor plates. And it really kind of started slow with doing the white armor plates on my Reavers, and I just got really, really good results off of it, so I decided to sort of continue that. But Strigiform, I'd love to see yours. Yeah, hang on a second. Is it really just that one spot that the primer came off? That's weird. I wonder why that is. 2 spots. 2 small spots the primer came off. I must have left some mold release on or something for it to come off that way. Because yeah, it's just wiping off with my finger, and that's not good. I need to reapproach that. Well, thank God I'm discovering this after I primed and not after I started putting paint down. Metal models, man. Metal models. Awesome, Strigiform. I will have to have a look at those. Oh, God. The first thing that we have up here is something from our very own Catacommy. Let's turn down Pretzel a little bit here and have a quick listen. What do you say? Make sure that my Discord volume is turned up, and it should be working. Let me know if you can't hear this in chat.
Battle by attrition is not the clan way. If we cannot win, we must soon withdraw. Perhaps the enemy is too strong here. We will be ordered to withdraw soon. Time runs short. We must break through here or find a better place to fight. If we do not win now, there will be no time to take bondsmen. You would not want to leave all this Isorla behind, Quineg. Win now before we must withdraw.
Well, these are just delightful. And yeah, you're doing voiceovers for Living Legends 2, eh? That's pretty exciting. Well, Katic, thank you for sharing your voice work with us, man. We never get to hear your voice on this stream after all, so we need to take every opportunity we can get, right? Right? We definitely don't hear it every fucking stream. Oh my god. And not one line in there, not one line.
When watching Thunderhead's stream, you may feel the urge to do the cha-cha, because he likes to slide it to the left, and then slide it to the right, and then hold it off screen entirely. Come on, Thunderhead, put it back on camera.
Okay. Not one line in there of, you dare refuse my bachal?
You could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We need some more of that Nikolai Malthus energy out of you, Chaotic. We need some more of that. Oh, there's a bachal line. Oh, well, good. I'm glad to hear that. Just not in this set. All right. I got you. All right. A channel, yeah, I need a channel full Nikolai Malthus. Just go for it. Just grab yourself by the Myanmar and make it happen. Who do we have up next here? We have from Roland. Well, we got a little bit of money back here. I'm seeing money. That's what I'm getting from. Oh, and a COVID vaccination record card. Dude, fucking congratulations on getting that Pfizer all jacked up in your arm. Yeah, let us know when you start to transition into an actual lizard. I'll be interested to find out just what sort of reptile you wind up being. But really, dude, I'm glad to hear that you finally got through finally came up on the list and are finally getting the vaccination taken care of. I'm so glad that I've got mine done and that I'm mostly recovered from it. I've got another few days, really, until it should be taking full effect, and I'm gonna go, I don't know, rub my face on public benches or something. Like, I'm not sure exactly what it is that it's preventing me from doing at this point. Because a lot of stuff is still closed down, but it's going to be nice to get out in public a little bit again, let me tell you. Here we have from Rogue 19K, because every girl crazy man a sharp breast man. I can't, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm no ZZ Top, guys. I'm really not, but god damn. God damn. What? Look at this. This is one dapper motherfucker who just does not give a shit right here. With the slightly the like silky metallic bow tie. We've got the like rose print on the jacket here. Ooh, god damn. That is a hell of a suit. There has to be a story here. There has to be a story, Rogue, because you don't just nobody just dresses like this. This is whew. With the vest and everything and the deep maroon? My god, I want to know where you were going on that particular day. Here we have from Kursala, Friday afternoon project. Getting the last of the boards cut for my desk. Started gluing them on too, but we will get to that later. Yeah, on top of everything else, Kursala's out there doing some fucking fantastic woodworking. This is going to be something truly incredible when we get it to come together. People dress like that whenever they want to. Nobody. No, Vergata, they don't. What are you telling me that you wear like silk fucking suit jackets with flower prints on them and maroon bow ties on a regular basis, Verg? I just don't see that happening. Yes. Oh, okay. Well, okay then. I've seen him do it. I forgive me, I have my doubts. Here we have from Jungle Plague. Let's try asking for help. Let's try this asking for help thing again. Oh yeah, let me see here. What is he asking for? Cockpits and bases just need general ideas on how to improve, just even like artistic choices. Somehow the cockpit photographed way better than it looks in person. It looks like in person it looks like a Nickelodeon slime ghost exploded on a darn green indistinct blob of green. Okay. So I like your white, because it's not really white. You've got a lot of grays in here. Like I can see blue-gray up in here. You've worked in some warm colors up on the weapon. We've got soot blackening down here. We've got some real dark grays on the legs. It looks like you're doing sponge damage for these bits, which I like. You're also using kind of rust browns, which I think is quite smart. Let's take a look down here. Your basing could use some more dry brushing. It's a little bit flat. It's just kind of brown. If you were to dry brush some oranges out to kind of tan colors on this to bring out the texture in it, I think that would improve it. Similarly, when I look at this mech, what I see it lacking is panel line definition. If I were going to improve this mech, I would do this prior to the battle damage and like sponging phase, but you could still do it now and then come back in and redo some of the sponging. I would either edge highlight or dry brush a pure white color, because it doesn't look like you're using pure white, which is smart, but you should come in with some pure white and hit your panel edges. And what you may even do is a wash followed by a dry brush. And I don't know if I would do it on this mini because you've come so far on it, but maybe on the next one that you go to do Comstar with. I like the green of the cockpit glass. That's a nice touch. But yeah, you want to hit these hard edges with pure white just to help define them, like right here, down here, to sort of separate these panel lines on the torso, on the arm. That's the only place that you want to use pure white, is for those super, super high edge highlights. I did see that, Asri, and I'm very, very curious as to where they're going with that. But yeah, when I look at this mech, most of what I think is I want some edge highlights to really push that white, and I want some dry brush detailing, layering, edge highlighting, whatever you gotta do to bring out the texture and the basing. I think that your colors are spot on. I think the cockpit looks nice. Yeah, you say that it photographs better than it looks in person. That's usually the opposite. Usually it looks better in person than it photographs, but I think it looks pretty nice here. You got kind of a metallic sheen to it with a green over top. I really feel like, yeah, deepening the shadows and the crevices and hitting the top edges with white. If you handed this mini to me right now, that's what I would do to it. And on your next mini, I would probably push that before you do your soot blackening and your sponge battle damage. That said, the sponging actually looks pretty good. I like this a lot. What you might try doing is just a little touch more of it, like go a little bit heavier with this dark brown in the spots that you did it, and then use a color like this rust brown, and hit the same spots, but so that you're getting inside the other dark brown. Like, sponge the same places, and you get kind of a two-tone rusty look to it. I think that'd look pretty good. But all in all, really nice work, Jungle Plague. Alright, coming down, who do we have up next? We've got White Wolf. Oh, look, more Elite Dangerous screenshots of various things as a fox steadily pushes onwards to Tenebrae. System and region names blur together, so I honestly can't remember where this is, but here have a lovely shot of not only an Earth-like world, but one that's 3 times more epic than ours because it has a double ring around it. That is very dramatic. I have to give it that. Update, apparently, that is Thylu CQV-D30A2, and is about 23,000 light years from Sol. Second update, 23,301.75 light years away from Sol, apparently. Well, you know, it's good. It's good that we have this very specific information. Out in the black, taking pictures. This would be a sweet-ass planet to live on, I have to say. Wouldn't Earth be cooler if it had a pair of rings? I always see that in sci-fi movies, and I think, like, you know, the truth of it is, though? The real truth of it is, if you lived on an Earth-like planet with rings, you'd get bored of them. Like, if you were born on Earth and you moved as an adult to an Earth-like planet with rings, you would probably appreciate it for a good long time. But if you were born on an actual planet with rings, and that's a good point too, Nanotanks, that you could see, because it's probably like the moon, Nanotanks. Like, there'd be times when you can see it and times when you can't, and it would depend largely on the relative position of your sun. Like, if you were on the night side of the planet and the rings were aligned such that the sunlight was coming in and reflecting off of them just so, you'd probably be able to see them. Yeah. But yeah, if you were born there, you'd just be bored of them. You'd be like, oh, it's the fucking rings. Because we just take everything for granted, you know? Just take everything for granted. It's terrible. Need to reinstall that game. I keep saying the same thing, Ion Raptor, particularly since I have a HOTAS setup and VR, and I just keep not doing it. Lovely picture, White Wolf, and thank you for sharing. Before I get to this next one, guys, give me 1 second. I need to grab something. I'll be right back. Sorry for the delay there, folks. Let's keep going. Okie dokie. Oh, you know, I just, like I was saying a minute ago, when I was getting done painting, I was like, my hands are shaking, and I'm not sure why. That, and I've started to feel, I don't know, a little, like, lightheaded and strange in the last 20 minutes. I'm not sure what happened. I ate plenty of food today. It can't be that catching up with me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. Let's get through the storm report, and then I'll go take a nap. How about that? As for something a little different, this setup Sunday, also from White Wolf, I finally have a dedicated photo booth thingy. Well, sort of. One of the light fixtures is broken. And I'm talking with the vendor to get it replaced. Was a birthday gift from the parents, but hey, sometimes such things happen. Either way, it's nice to finally get my paws on a softbox / photo tent with lights. It's the same style that I have, by the way, and I like it quite a lot. After several back-and-forth emails, they realized I needed a replacement socket reflector thingy, I think that's the technical term, and are shipping me a replacement. Now to impatiently wait for said replacement. Also, as to why that paper seems yellow instead of white, phone doesn't seem to want to understand we have 2700 Kelvin lights on the default settings, so doesn't correct for such. They're actually rather white. My two are blocked out. Oh, they aren't sexual, but they're close. Wait, what? What the fuck are you talking about? I really do like these. These pop-out photo tents are really nice because you can just take them and twist them and stuff them in a bag and stick them anywhere you want. They're real easy to store. They don't take up any. Oh, I see. Yeah, because they're not safe for Twitch, more than likely. Could be a drop in blood sugar. Yeah. Maybe that's it, Rogue. I don't know. I'll have something to eat and take a nap after this. I think that seems like a good trajectory for me. Info on the various kits behind spoiler. I am going to go right past it, White Wolf, just because we have something to get through. I'm just feeling, a little bit off. Here we have from Rogue 19K, no, you don't get a favor on my daughter's birthday. On this, the day of my daughter's wedding. That's what I'm getting from this. Nice hat, by the way. I can't pull off hats. I do not have the head for it. I look like some kind of fucking alien. No matter the size of it, my cranium is just too large. I have to know. Rogue, I have to know the occasion. Because nobody just dresses like this for no reason. Very, very smooth. Wife said I look like Soul Man. Yeah, I could see that. I'd buy that. Here we have from Ion Raptor, a truly fantastic paint job. Had the opportunity to see this one a few times before the stream. Finally finished my Mad Cat off in the same scheme as my Daishi, still trying to get the red to photograph correctly, but not having a lot of luck. If you're having a problem with it, I can only imagine what it looks like in person because it looks fantastic. I actually did not have much fun painting this one. Oh, there's just too many panel lines. It is over detailed. This is something that I keep telling people. And of course they don't listen to me, because who the fuck listens to Thunderhead? There is a modern... first of all, this looks fantastic. I need to adjust my audio balance, I think. I'm getting a lot of fuzzing in my voice. This paint job looks fucking fantastic. Like, it looks really, really good. You've made fantastic color choices. I love the cool gray next to the just straight up red. I love the simple basing you've got going on. It's a flat base with a couple of road lines painted on it. And it's a good opportunity to work in some yellow, and then you've got a little bit of green in there in the center for the cockpit glass. This is a great paint job. But yeah, it was for an induction. Okay, I see. I must have missed it. I apologize for that. No, Ion, this is a great paint job, and I agree. There is this modern tendency... Now, Catalyst has not been as bad about it as, say, the redesigns for MechWarrior Online, most of which I hate. Some of which are really good. Most of which I strongly dislike. Hate is a powerful word, and I shouldn't use it. The modern tendency, the modern aesthetic, seems to be the more panel lines there are on a thing, the more random shapes you put on a surface, the more realistic it looks. If you like that look, that's fine. It certainly is a design choice. I'm not really a huge fan of that design choice overall. It's, my biggest problem is when you're using that for something where you're like, okay, we're gonna make military hardware, we're gonna make a mech, we're gonna make a tank, and you put a bunch of panel lines on it. The first thing I think every time I look at it is every single break in an armor panel is a weak point. Every single time that a solid piece of material stops and joins with another, that's a weak point. That's a potential penetration point. And that's bad. you want fairly secure armor, unless you have something like the active armor, ablative armor. Like, there are reasons there can be panel lines, but generally speaking on these, it's just like, well, there was a flat spot, so I wanted to put lines. That is the least of my concerns with it, really, because I don't think realism should really be considered when you're designing models. You should just go for what looks good. Exactly, nanotanks, exactly. And this is the point that I'm getting at. That's not really an argument, because plausibility went out the window the moment you said, let's give this tank 2 legs. So that's a very poor reason not to do it. A good reason not to do it, however. We like putting decals on things. Decals are really, really nice. And if you break up every single flat spot of armor on a mech with a whole bunch of panel lines and doodads and vents and this and that and the other thing, you're not giving us any spots to put decals or unit markings or numbers or any of the things that are really, really easy ways to zhuzh up paint jobs. And I tend to agree on the Mad Cat in particular. It's like, oh, there's a bunch of panel lines. Like, there are a few good spots to put decals. I think here on the Omnipods, I think on the sides of the legs, they actually, the front and sides of the calves, they left some good spots for it. But like, the side of the cockpit, not so much. Sides of the missile pods, not so much. And it's, you have to consider that you're making things for 6mm scale. You have to consider that when you're designing for it. This would look amazing at like 28mm scale when you have all this space to go ahead and put decals and details on. But at 6mm scale, it's tiny. And my other third problem to follow that up with the panel line specifically on CGL mechs is that CGL's manufacturing process is such that these mechs are being done in a fairly soft PVC, and the molding process that they use really softens the corners of almost everything. It's very, very tricky to find good, hard edges on these CGL PVC mechs, and when they put all sorts of panel lines, what you wind up with is these rounded tips that are tricky to paint. They're tricky to paint. They don't take edge highlighting very well. This is not to say that talented painters can't do a good job with them. Clearly they can, clearly they have. But as far as just accessibility and optimizing, I don't like it so much. On the tank, you put the name of said vehicle on the barrel. Its first letter has to match the company and not be one someone else has, though. Wait, what are you saying? I think I'll try to get not Mechagodzilla and Flying Saucer first. I just hope I'm not investing too much in giant stompies and not enough in smaller units for swarming and tar pits. So WJ, I believe that a standard-sized game of Monsterpocalypse is 2 monsters and 15 units. So if you get yourself, for any one faction, 2 monsters and 15 units, that's a standard battle force. I think a starter force is... It's like 1 monster and 10 units or 2 monsters and 15 units. These are the numbers that I've heard. So if you get yourself a little bit of variety in there, you should be fine. I wouldn't worry. I mean, just have fun with the game, you know? Play it, get yourself some units, pick the ones that you like. The need for base coat, wash, dry brush type painting. To a degree, nanotanks, to a degree. I don't think that the detailing on them is deep enough to really be for that style of painting. But this is nitpicking, because the fact is that if we're talking about Battletech miniatures, as much as we might like to criticize things, we have to consider the entire history of the miniature and what's been available. We have to. Because for almost 30 years, the only models that have been available for Battletech have been shitty. As just honest, they've been shitty. There's been the occasional diamond in the rough, but most of it has been rough. It's been far more chaff than wheat. So as much as I look at this and I go, I wish they did it this way, I wish the manufacturing process is it's a goddamn sight better than it ever has been before. And speaking of talented painters being able to do great things with these new minis, holy shit, Ion Raptor, fantastic work. I have no meaningful criticism of this paint job, honestly. You say you don't like your red. I think the fairly flat but light red works really well. If I was going to do anything to this model, if you handed this model to me and said, hey, do something with this to make it better, I would take a deep, dark red, like a Reaper Dragon Red, maybe something with a bit of blue in it, like Scale 75's Gorefest Crimson, or Pro Acryl's Burnt Red. And I would shade the red panels a little bit. But other than that, I wouldn't touch a thing. I think this is a great paint job. Works great on MCC mini. Well, Metalcore collectively, yeah, I mean, Metalcore, your minis are fucking fantastic. They're on a, God, excuse me, they're on a completely different level of quality, in my opinion. Here we have from the POV 42, got these 3 Banditos ready for varnish. Really happy with my progress lately. Hell yeah, and really, I'd like to note, this is the most important thing. Like, you want to get criticism from other people, that's great. You want to improve, that's great. But for the love of God, have fun painting your minis, and let yourself feel a sense of accomplishment when you get something done. If it's not the best work you've ever done, who gives a shit? Painting models is its own reward. And no mini is ever going to be like... You get better. You get better every one that you paint. So if you paint one and you're not, like, completely wowed with the results, I'll tell you the trick. Paint another one. Just keep going. These came out nice. The red and black is a solid and classic color combo. I gotta say, though, the standout mech here for me is Mr. Kodiak over. This is a Kodiak, right? Right? This is a Kodiak? I don't know clan mechs very well. I'm sorry. I'm guessing it's a Kodiak because it has the claws. But the blue and black with the sort of... Okay, thank you, POV. With the little star pattern on it, this is ambitious and excellent. Kodiak 2, thank you. What's this guy over here? He looks like he wants to be a Shadowhawk, but he fell into a tub of Zeus at some point. And I don't recognize him. But the Marauder came out wonderfully. I will say, POV, you can, if you have a little bit of a curve in your weapon like this, you can rectify this with hot and cold water. Before you paint the mini, you can do it after you paint the mini. You run a little bit of a risk of knocking some of the paint off, but you can always come back in and touch it up. But get yourself a mug of, like, just below boiling water, and then a little tub of ice water. And dip the part that you want to straighten into the hot water, pull it out, dip it for like 20 seconds. Pull it out, overcorrect, straighten it, but overcorrect a little bit, like go a little bit further than where you want it to be, and then dip it into the ice water. And that hot, cold will shock the PVC into place, and generally will keep it straight. That's a Weirdo Wolverine, the SLDF Royal version. Oh, is it really? Huh. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's not a big deal, POV. I noticed it, and I'm like, if you're not sure how to do that, it's fairly easy. I think it looks fine, though. The red and black is a classic color scheme. I like how you've worked in a little bit of blue and a little bit of green. Take advantage of those opportunities to put the little splashes of color and add interest. Also, great work with the bright silver for the joints. It really helps to separate the color panels. Fantastic work, POV. Yeah, I'm glad that you're happy with them. 3 mechs done? Hell yeah, keep going. Here we have from Roland H. Wait, I missed something. Something happened in the background. My howdy! Holy shit, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream, welcome to the Storm Chasers. Here we have from Roland. This is my Apex Dragoons paint scheme test number 1. Is his right arm and leg a little green? So we've got like a desert yellow. I like the way that the colors are broken up on this. I like the gray panels over the yellow. I like the fact that the gray is a little bit cool. Okay, yeah, and then you've got green. So this is actually working pretty well for me. Because you've got some green, you got some blue, you got some yellow. You got a cool gray in there. It looks like you've gone a little bit heavier on your washes, which is really helping details like down here and the panel lines pop out. I dig it. Now, if you're going to go green, I would say don't be afraid of real light highlights. If you're going to go green, because you've also got this yellow over here, I would go with a darker green than this, and then I would use this level of green as your highlight color, which you could probably achieve just by putting some green washes on here. And that's just because green and yellow are very similar colors, and you're not getting a lot of color contrast here. Green and yellow are very close to one another, and that's why when I look at this for a second, I'm like, wait, is that green? And you don't really want, when people look at your models, you don't want people to go, wait, is that a thing? You want them to go, oh my god, look at that. So I would darken either your yellow or your green. I think I'd probably darken the green if I was making the choice. But I like the division of colors. I particularly like how you've broken it up by putting this center panel of blue, because it's a blue-gray, and that has a nice contrast, not color contrast, or not value contrast, but temperature contrast that works particularly well. Gonna redo the color scheme with a darker green. Yes, I think that is a good move, Roland. That is a nice looking commando. Oh, here we have from Lore Friendly. Did someone say Setup Sunday? Someone in another Discord recommended cardboard and parchment paper from an oils palette. Yes, that's what I did last time, Lore Friendly, and I highly recommend it. Trying cardboard and bag paper for science eventually. I'm tired right now. Might try later tonight. I still have mine that I used last week, and I'm going to get, I think, one more use out of it before I retire this one, but I've just taken a bunch of pieces of cardboard and some parchment paper, and all I did was I wrapped the parchment paper around the back, and I just put some dabs of super glue and stuck it down. I probably overdid it. You could probably do this with tape just as easily. But yeah, this is the way to go for oil painting. You can use porcelain palettes, but the thing is about porcelain palettes is you have to clean them afterwards, which means handling the goddamn oil paint, and that's what I don't want to do. So, and what's funny is I could just jam my finger into this wad of paint right now and it would still be wet because it's oil paint. But, yeah, use this disposable palette and just throw it away when you're done. You will thank yourself as well as whoever it is that told you to do it, which in this case might be me, possibly someone else. Nice looking group of oils there. Are you going to pre-thin them, Lore Friendly, is my next question. I strongly recommend it. It worked out wonderfully for me. Here we have from Squared. I don't have food or minis, but I saw a Chevy Cobalt yesterday that's giving me inspiration for painting. Ooh, this looks like the Terran Republic camo in PlanetSide 2 that I always use. I can't remember what it's called. It is a very Shatter-style camo Roland would recognize. But yeah, like this exact pattern with the red, the white, and the black. This is the camo that I use in PlanetSide 2 when I play. Yeah, the wheels. What's up with the pink and green? That's an odd choice. Very aggressive paint scheme for a car of all things. But yeah, man, be inspired by it. That's nice. And if you're looking for more examples of it, look into the camo patterns in PlanetSide 2 for the Terran Republic, because you're going to find something very much like this. Oh, it's Patrick! I just saw the eyes and the shorts. I was like, pink and green, what the... And then I saw the eyes. Yeah, they're Patrick wheels. Well, I'll be. Here we have from Rogue 19K, work in progress Warhammer for my Lance of 17th Avalon Hussars, aka Thunder Rose. Getting the base started now that I decided I'm going to wait to try weathering on a different Lance, as the crab is already complete. Ooh, this is nice. Really just kind of like a soft, cool gray across most of it that actually comes together pretty well. I think that this new round of minis has deepered. I think I only have one of the new round of minis. The Clan Invasion Kickstarter. Most of the ones that I have are from the Game of Armor Combat box. So I'm under the impression that these panel lines are deeper than they are on the first round, which bodes well that CGL is making improvements to their minis. But yeah, the wash came out nicely on this, and I love the little bits of red to contrast against it. The red doesn't even have to be particularly vivid, you note, just because it has such a fantastic contrast from the temperature. Real warm, real cool. Your eye separates these very naturally. So much of how you see a color depends on what you put that color next to. I mean, and I know that this is probably known by everyone in chat right now, but I just want to reiterate that so much of miniature painting, so much of just painting, so much of art is crafting illusion, if you will. It's playing on the way that your brain interprets light. And that sounds very obvious, but it's something that you really need to consider. Because there's a color, and you think, well, I see that color, I always see that color. But the way that you see color is heavily influenced by a whole lot of factors. And one of the most important factors for miniature painters is that the way you see color is heavily influenced by the colors surrounding that color. This is why things like edge highlighting and panel lining, pin washing, temperature contrast, value contrast are so vitally important. It's why taking the opportunity to do splashes of color like this can be so important. It's why taking the opportunity to use little parts like these I can never come up with a good word for it. I would say undercarriage, but that's not really accurate. These, mechanical parts underneath the armor plates, taking the opportunity to color them different so that you break the colors up a little bit, it influences how you see every single part of the mini. And this is really nicely done. Simple, effective, and with a certain amount of charm. It looks like you've been going more heavy on your washes lately, because I'm seeing some nice built-up shadows from black washing this time, Rogue 19. This is one of the cleaner minis that you've done. I really like how you've been leaning into simpler paint jobs lately, and I think that they have been very effective. Nicely done, Rogue 19K, and I look forward to seeing the rest of this Avalon Hussars lance. Yeah, white in particular. And that's an important thing to note, too. White and black are funny colors. And you should not use them for the most part. Like, pure white and pure black, you should always question yourself before you put them on a model. I'm not saying don't use them. There are times and places that you should use them. But before you do, make sure that you have a reason that you're using them. Don't just slap them on. Here we have from our very own Cybran Knight Metalcore Collectibles, because I'm me. I couldn't just print a stock Ion Raptor design, oh no, so with Ion's blessing I started fiddling. Oh god, he added magnets. Using the Sledgehammer's long toms was only natural, but to fit 4 pitch adjustable also. Naturally, I had to take this big boy and make him extra thick, which also mandated shifting the arms further forward, but fortunately it still has the same style and look to it. Still not quite done yet. Arms need some work. Still need to work on a detail pass or two. Won't be going quite as ham as I usually do, but even so, might not make it by May 5th. You know what they say, anything worth doing is worth overdoing. The Kaiju Original Mesh by Ion Raptor and Obsessive Tweaks by Metalcore Collectibles. Ironic, the difference is what you and Matt Steiner suggested: dry brush and then wash. Yeah, it helps bring everything together a little bit more, Rogue. Yeah, look at these ridiculous fucking things. I love the redesign you've done on them, though. The little Rogue 19K knows what these things are called on the end of the barrel. I'm sure I do too, but I can't think of it right now. Gas vents. I'm gonna say that, and he's gonna be like, "Oh no, those are called something else." Oh no, though. Looking pretty damn fine. And yeah, by the time he's done with it, every joint's gonna be magnetized. It's gonna be a fucking mess. Muzzle brake? Quite possibly. Quite possibly. I like how you've done a little bit of an explode, so you can see how there's a little rounded connection point here. So when you go down to glue this in, you can control the elevation of the weapons. I want to do like a little fan, like where one is real low and the other's high, and then the other two are kind of in the middle. That'd be kind of cool. Very nicely done. Very nicely done, Cybran Knight. I said I wasn't going all out on it. Yeah, and I believe that. I definitely believe that. That's something that you're capable of. Okay, sure. Yeah, let's all pretend that. Coming down, we have from Drakari, picking up the challenge thrown down by Thunderhead. Yes! To finish something that's been sitting unfinished this month. Since my Ender 3 is down, I'll have some extra time for this KX-139 Taunar before I can get back to printing and painting Mechagodzilla. By the way, a very cool looking set of prints that you started on there. Put some work on the back cannons Friday, but the challenge will be complete in my mind if I have him up on his feet and fully painted at the end of the month. That is a big boy. What happened to the Tau, man? What? Their mechs got so big. So big, and it looks like they're continuing to move in that direction. Holy shit. Is this an official model? Did you add parts to this? Is this like some Forge World monstrosity? Because this makes even like the large mechs I'm used to look tiny. Ion Raptor is off, gotta get up early. Hell yeah, man. Have a good night, Ion Raptor. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you for sharing your work with us. Yeah, this is... I mean, you picked a hell of a project to finish. I'll give... It's Forge World. Okay, I thought so. I always wanted them to continue to expand the Crisis and Broadside level of Battlesuit as their primary battlesuit, but they just went full-on gigantic mecha for Tau, which I guess makes sense given that they just sort of leaned into the sort of vaguely racist Orientalist styling for them. But, this isn't even a mech anymore. It's just a fucking giant tank that I suppose technically has arms, though I would almost call them sponsons before I called them arms. Not even close to the biggest Tau Forge World model either. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know, Asri, at this point. This is a hell of a figure. And, yeah, man. I look forward to seeing you finish it. Holy shit. I'm glad that I inspired you to pick up an old project, Drakari. Finished projects always feel better. Goddamn Manta. Yeah, but the Manta Missile Destroyer, at least that's not... It's a bigger mech. The Manta Missile Destroyer is an old model. And it mostly deploys Devilfish and Crisis suits, as I recall. I want more infantry for the Tau also, Chaotic Harmony. Like, I'm still waiting for them to release official Guevasa models, and the Kroot never got expanded like they should have been. The Kroot are fucking awesome, and you can still only find Krootox in metal. They released one Kroot figure for Blackstone Fortress. They need more Kroot. I always thought the Kroot are quite possibly the most interesting Xeno race in all of 40k. There was a story in one of the old books, and I can't remember what it was, but it was basically like there was a human envoy that was being transported to a diplomatic meeting by Kroot on one of their battle spheres, war spheres, whatever they called them. And the Kroot thought, like, the Kroot had space marines and human envoys eating human meat, and they thought it was hilarious. They were like, because it doesn't bother them. Because the Kroot not only do they eat the meat of sapient creatures, but they literally have to continue to consume the meat of sapient creatures in order for themselves to maintain sapience. Because if they eat the flesh and thus the DNA of lesser beasts, they will sort of descend the evolutionary ladder until they become like Kroot hounds and Krootox and like the beasts that they're consuming. It's a fascinating idea to me. That part in particular, where it's not just, yes, they will eat the meat of sentient and sapient beings, but they must. And yeah, they fed some human meat to some humans, and they just thought it was a big joke. They were like, you're eating people. That shit's dark. Here we have from Hamburg Tack. Finished another marathon tank this weekend. Now I have the beginnings of an armored force for my first Free Worlds Guard. One of my favorite paint schemes. And nicely done. Another great example of how Metalcore Collectibles tanks really have some fantastic detailing on them. They make them a joy, and they make them so easy to paint. So easy to paint. Oh man, that is a lovely purple too. I wonder what purple are you using, Hamburg Tack? Is there any chance that this is runic purple from Reaper? Because it really makes me think of runic purple. It has some blue in there. Not blue. No. It's more reddish. What am I thinking blue for? It's almost moving up to that impossible color of magenta. But they could have fed them lesser, so it was honoring. Exactly, Garamon. Yeah, to them, it was like, this is, we're giving you something valuable. And yet they were still amused by the fact that they were feeding them other people. That's Gene Stealer purple from Games Workshop. Okay, it's a very similar color. I was just wondering if it might have been the same. First game in Apocalypse League was me, Tyranids versus a single Tau Manta or some other big Tau flying. It was probably a Manta, that's the only one I know of. Hopped from corner to corner, and high-flying rules meant even standing directly underneath, my guns didn't have enough range. Well, that's okay, Strigoform. Somebody fucked with you on that one. That's a player just being a dick, is what that is. And what I would take away from that game is don't play with that person, because anyone who does that, like, is just a fucking, like, a war game troll. Really lovely looking paint job, though, Hamburg Tack, and in my favorite color scheme in all of Battletech, nice, clean panel lining and a wonderful color of purple. Odd. The insanity continues. I'm finally happy with support release at 0.04 millimeters. So next is a practical test, plastic string in, wild, followed by plastic string in, vaguely humanoid tanks out. Probably a self-propelled boob. Probably a self-propelled boob. Probably a self-propelled boob. Am I missing something? Bomb. Probably a self-propelled bomb. Okay, that makes more sense. The Stalker amuses me almost as much as Orcs. Is a Stalker a self-propelled bomb? I hope that it's bomb. I don't. What would a self-propelled boob be? Jesus Christ. Well, hey, that's coming together nice, though, huh? I want a self-propelled boob, right, Riot Sister? Do wish this filament photograph better, though it looks so much better in person. Taking pictures is hard, man. Update after an adhesion failure and the real print is in progress. Or after an adhesion failure, the real print is in progress. 14 to 15 hours from finding out how well it translates from laboratory experiment to the first actual figure. Should be done about the time I break for lunch at work tomorrow. See, I'm not sure, though, because Amish Steg is also saying he's doing laboratory experiments. And if there's anything... If there's any place in the world I would expect to find a self-propelled boob, it would be in a laboratory being experimented on. Let's just move on and hope that his printing goes well. Here we have from Gus Schultz a sneak peek at part of the base that will be barely visible. The second photo, I hope the effect will come through and work. Jesus Christ. Gus is one of those modelers and painters that just does to me that you know, that feeling when you're just like, oh my god, like how... A lot of times when people show me work, like, I see the paint first, I see the model first. In this, I see the effect first. I just see this gaping, horrid, raw, livid, disgusting maw, this combination of stone and flesh, and he's so good at what he does. He's so good at what he does. Project Dark Fox wants to poke it like an open wound. It would probably eat you. Yeah, Ramzeus. Enjoy this in your nightmares. Oh! Ooh, and it glows too. Ugh. It's infectious and radioactive. Yeah, thanks, I hate it. Oh, Jesus. Riot Sister's a weirdo. Oh, this is the least of it, too. This is a part of the base that's not even going to be seen. Wait until you guys see the whole finished model. It is the most uncomfortable Imperial Knight. Ooh, yeah, I'm going to move away from that. Gus, you do amazing work, man. You really, really do, and I'm so glad that you've decided to share every step of this process with us. Holy crap, I cannot wait to see that model totally finished, man. You've done so much good work on it. Here we have from White Wolf. Sick of waiting for Amazon to show up, so I'm just going to flip a different pick. Since I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted by now, even if they did show up, Fox might be up to something. Not going to confirm anything, but I blame Thunderhead and Lore Friendly for the shenanigans that might be happening soon at a desk near me. Some of that oil painting. Here are some more brushes. There are some more brushes out of shot. These are just ones I recently picked up. Size 0 and 2 liner, 0 and 2 round, 1/4 inch angled, flat, filbert grainer, and 1/4 inch dagger striper, if curious. Totally meant to order the brush cleaner, I swear. Totally meant to. Didn't think I was ordering a 16-ounce bottle of thinner or anything like that. Oh, whoopsies. Oh, hey, the bottles are in. Well, fantastic. Yeah, this is a damn good start. This is more colors than I had in my starter set. I wish I'd gotten this set. But let me know how the oil painting actually goes, White Wolf. I'm very curious to see how that works out for you. We'll be doing more of it on Thursday, too. Here we have from SB Firestarter. Since they were appreciated last time, here's some more stuff from the Pop Culture Museum. Sadly, I did not get a picture of the alien they have there. And for the record, I believe these were actual props from the movies. Anyway, here's Terminator stuff. I feel like this would have to be one of the Terminators that they used in Terminator 2. I'd need to look at pictures side by side, but I feel like they did a different construction of the chest piece and the shoulders on the actual Terminator in Terminator 1, and then they bulked him out a little bit for Terminator 2. They also made a number more of these for the Future War shots in Terminator 2 than they had in the first one. I could be mistaken on that. It's definitely not Terminator 3, because that one changed in design quite a lot. But if I had to bet, I'd say this is a Terminator 2 prop. Probably since a lot of it was stuff from Terminator 2. Yeah, okay. Oh, it's such a classic design. That's badass. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. There's a lot of Terminator 2 stuff here going on. We've got the stabby finger from the T-1000 when he kills that cop. By the way, those cops in the... Yeah, nice Necron. Those cops in Terminator 2, you know, the cop who's in the mental institution, and he walks over to the coffee machine, and, you know, he gets his little cup, drops out, and he gets coffee, and he's got the little poker hand on it, and he's like, oh, must be my lucky day, and he takes a sip, and he turns around, and there's him looking at him, because as he walks across the floor, you see him step on the floor, and then the floor turns out to be the T-1000, and it turns into his shape. Those are twins. That's how they did that effect. You might already know that. I just always think that's a cool little tidbit, cool little bit of like they didn't double the same person. They just got a guy who had an identical twin, and they had him dress up and be the T-1000, and then do the little finger jab, and that's where this is from, because he stabs this right through his twin's head. That has to be a fun scene for them. Like, hey, let's watch Terminator 2, where one of us murders the other one. And then, of course, this is the arm that they would have thrown, that Miles Dyson would have had in the case at the end of the movie. Oh, man. Those are some pretty cool props, and thanks for sharing that with us. Yeah, no, I love, you've taken some really cool pictures, and I love seeing them. Here we have from Roland again. Here is a variant of the two Apex Dragoons scheme, Commoner and Critique. Commoner? Comment? I assume that's what it means. Yeah. We got the blue and the yellow, and I think that those work really well together. I think you've particularly done a good job getting the deep panel lines on this one. I would just take every place you've got green and make it darker. Definitely the darker green. I might even wash that yellow a tiny little bit more, too. Yellow's a tricky color, but you've actually got a pretty solid base coat on here. Am I the only one that liked the kaiju-sized Terminator from the Bale film? Actually, WJ, like, that movie had a lot of problems, but yeah, the giant, like, harvester Terminator was kind of cool. It was, I think the silliest thing that happened there was that the giant kaiju-sized Terminator then deployed a couple of motorcycles, like, out of his chest or legs. I can't remember where. He was just like, you know, ravage, transform, and a couple motorcycles came out and started chasing down Christian Bale. That was maybe a bit much. I never understood really why the Terminators even bothered gathering humans up, why you don't just kill all of us when you have the chance, but, you know, whatever. I think that the guys on Red Letter Media said it best when they were criticizing Terminator and the whole plot of the Future War. They were like, the existence of Terminators in general. They're like, because, you know, when you've got an infestation of mice in your home, how do you deal with it? Obviously, you build and develop a race of tiny mechanical mice that serve you and go around and murder all the other mice, and then to make them more efficient, you cover them in fake skin so that they can pass as mice and teach them all the skills that they need to behave as if they were mice so that they can infiltrate the mice organization, right? You don't just poison them, right? That would be maybe too easy, because if Skynet was real, it would kill us all with a plague. But Terminators are just more fun. And yeah, this is the Strato Archer. A really nice looking mech, by the way. I like how you've picked the 3 points here for the blue. Roland, I think that if you move into the darker grain, you're really going to start to like this scheme. I think it's a great scheme, and I can't wait to see you move forward with it. Here we have from Vergataron, got some Daler Rowney fluorescent yellow and put it over the crystals I did on the right. The light and unfinished bases don't show it off well. So I'll complete them soon and take good pics. My red desert matte came in, so I have to get going on the rest of the terrain. Also, my second printer failed in exactly the same way as the first in the same time frame, so I'm blaming the tubing. Well, at least you got it nailed down. Gonna have to look into better quality tubing. Definitely. Are you using Capricorn? It looks like Capricorn. It's surprising if you're having problems with it, then. Yeah, it would have been a boring movie if you did that. Retry it with some of the shades I used on my... Yeah, that's a good... I think that's a good green to try using. Ooh, that's the Daler Rowney ink, huh? That actually works pretty well. The Crystal Forest. It's such a neat idea. It looks like Capricorn tubing. I'm surprised that you're having issues with it, but yeah. It looks like it's melted through the side? That's crazy. Mousinator. Thank you, Larendelle. Thank you for putting words to my insanity. Huh. Are you sure you're getting actual Capricorn? Did you maybe accidentally order some knockoff, just blue PTFE or something? That's surprising. Damn. Looks like it's mechanical wear. How would that be possible? The amount of friction that would take to wear through it would be staggering. Is it moving too much? Are you using PTFE capture fittings inside your hot end, Vergataron? This is a weird problem. It's been months. Even so, I've never had tubing wear through like this. Not one time. I've had it go a little soft, like it looks like it got a little crispy fried here on the end and went a little soft. And I've had that happen before and I've had to replace it, but I've never had it wear through like this. Weird. Yeah. Also sculpted up the Heavy Cactus Forest Plug. Have to come up with ideas for Light Alien and Light Cactus, and I can release the set. Your foliage sets are some of the coolest things you've done in a while, Vergataron. Because it seems like for 20 years, nobody's come up with any better ideas than fucking trees, and then you come out of nowhere and you're like, alien forests and crystals! And I expect to see them on a whole lot of tables real soon. Very nicely done. I'm glad to see your sculpting coming along, too. A little sloppy, but they're organic. I'll have to see how it prints. Yeah, that little bit of sloppiness at that scale, like, you're not even going to see it. Like, once this prints, you're not even going to see any of the wavy lines or anything. And that's something that you have to get used to, and obviously you are, for sculpting something to print at this scale. Like, a lot of these details aren't going to be noticeable anyway. You want to go for the big details, and that's what's going to stand out. I think these are going to look great. Here we have from Nanotanks, another vehicle completed for Gaslands. Need a rocket car. Ooh, that's sleek. Again, the work you've done for Gaslands has been surprisingly restrained, I have to say. Usually people go crazy with that. Skip this song. What are you doing? This song sucks. I've seen crystals before with a few people using actual quartz. They've been few and far between, though, Chrysala. I haven't seen that many of them. Mine did that twice, using the same filament as Vergataron. It really is shocking. Like I said, really a very restrained paint job on here, but I think it works well, because then you got this nice rocket pack on the back, and I love the use of the bronze for the rims. Plus some more progress on the tanks. That's right, you had just gotten a whole lot of tanks together. Assembly, detail painting, and decals. Yeah. Yeah, the decals, the stars do a whole lot for it. The little bits of yellow in detailing. The details have begun to pop out. I can't wait to see this whole group assembled and arrayed for a nice photo session. Very nice, Nanotanks. Here we have from Kursala for Setup Sunday this week. Here's a shot of the boards I posted earlier, but now they're added and attached to the desk. I really do wish that I knew how to do woodworking like it all. I'm so bad with it. I'm so bad with wood. Like, I'm never going to show you the few things that I've actually made out of wood because they're horribly embarrassing. But you got some damn good skills, Kursala. I'm gonna, one of these days, I'm gonna have to have a Chrysalis desk. Somewhere. Even just a small one. An end table. Something. Here we have from Asri, work in progress, Mandalorian Vanguard Vets. Ooh, interesting. Derpy bodies. With awesome helmets and backpacks, double hand flamer, double plasma pistol, go! I printed the backpacks, the helmets are cast from Etsy, rated some hand flamers and plasma pistols from a Death Company box. I like the classic size Space Marine bodies. I think they look just fine. But yeah, those backpacks have some serious missile launchers on them, damn. Nice looking Mando heads though. All in the kind of, the dinner plate Django style. With the sort of little mohawk on top and the longer, narrower cheeks. My name's Cat Carmody and I make wiener jokes. That, by the way, is exactly how he sounds. Just constantly. We put his voice through a bunch of filters for the voice clips that he does here on the channel to make him sound better than he actually does. But don't be fooled. I like the double-fisted plasma guy right here. This guy doesn't give a fuck. He's like, gets hot? Yeah, we'll find out.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
See what I mean? Lots of filtering. Ooh, silver. Yeah, as always, even with just a little bit of single color paint on them, you can tell the details so much better.
Here at Thunderhead
Huge
Studios,
rockets.
It's okay to be sloppy.
Look at these things.
Bonus points if it's white paint.
Gigantic. They got like cruise missiles on their back. Next step is to wash it with 1 part blue and 4 parts black. TAP wash. Glaze the shadowed panels with some faded ultramarine. Don't know how I'm going to paint the backpacks or emblems yet. You know, burn that bridge when you come to it. They're looking pretty great, Asri. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, work in progress, a small commission I took a little while ago. Going to be properly lined and then painted in Clan Wolf Beta Galaxy colors. My main reference was the Forever Faithful book cover. I mean, it's a solid looking Mad Cat, I gotta say. In sort of the newer CGL style. I'm still a big fan of the, like, MechWarrior 4 Mad Cat. But, damn fine work as always, Project Dark Fox. I really like when you do a lot of different stuff. But when you put your mind to doing some hard surface mecha, I really just like the way the shapes come out. You manage to do good hard lines and still put in a lot of rounded surfaces that are very pleasing to the eye. This is what the client wanted, and what the client wants, the client gets. Project Dark Fox, fantastic work. And guys, if you're ever curious about commissioning Project Dark Fox for something, he has his very own channel right on the Discord, where he posts his work and lets you know when he's free. Here we have from Punexpected today's stream work, Kingdom Death Pinup Forsaker in oils. Ooh la la. I'm really starting to see, now that I've used them a few times, I'm starting to see, you know, like the first time you saw a painted mini and you were just like, that looks amazing, I have no idea how they did it. And you paint a mini a few times and suddenly you start to see, like, okay, I see what they did there, I see why this works, I can see the way the colors are divided, I can see the techniques that were used. I'm starting to see it a little bit more in oils. And it's a good feeling, because prior to this, it has just been basically black magic to me. Really, really nice skin tones on here. Really, really deep into the kind of ruddy red, and I like it because then you've got cool greens and purples, and it just contrasts really, really well. Oh, yeah. The green and the purple here is particularly lovely. The green and purple are tricky colors, because they look great next to each other, but if you do too much of it, you just look like you're painting the Joker. And this actually is subdued enough to work well. And this nice shock of kind of bone. It looks like this is probably going to get more highlighting on it, because it looks like it maybe has a skull, has a horn on it. Ooh. Excellent oil painting. And Punexpected, please feel free to share more and more oil painting, because I think we're going to be doing more and more of it on the stream. We're at least going to be doing it once a week for a while. Here from Chaotic Harmony, my work on the Tau Army. All coming together wonderfully. My little pumpkin patch. Mwah ha 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 ha. This is for Thunderhead's month of finishing projects. Ignore the squad in the back. They don't matter. They're not finished, Chaotic. You can't say, this is for the month of finishing projects. Ignore the unfinished models in the back. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. That is unacceptable. But what is acceptable is how actually pretty decent these guys all look when they're all put together like this. And they are, in fact, a pumpkin patch of cow aliens. I particularly like how you've sort of reversed it on the ethereal and put the orange down towards the bottom of the figure. Adds a little bit of interest to the whole. I mean, sure I can. I guess I just did it. Chaotic. Get back to work. But thank you for sharing. Here we have from Manro Fasal working on the contouring of the face again. This is looking better. This is looking better than what we saw the last time. I think the skin tone is looking a little bit more natural. And yeah, you've got the T of the forehead down the nose, the high points of the cheekbones, and then it looks like we got the upper lip and the chin, and we've got the more natural shading coming down here along the, whatever these are called, on the face. I'm sure there's a word for it, I just don't know what it is. This is looking a lot more natural than it was last time. Really nice blends on this. The hair's looking pretty good too. There's definitely, still more ground to cross, but I think you are on the right track, Manro Fasal. Lovely work. Here we have from NB Toby, secondary colors going on the Lyran regulars before they get washed. The catapult is a fun one. Very clean. The picture's not doing it justice. Manro, we always assume here that it isn't. Because if I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Taking pictures of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. This is very, very clean work, though. Damn. And I love the contrast between the green and then just sort of this warm, creamy bone white. Still working on the Warhammer. Don't know how you guys don't go insane with all these mold lines. So used to resin, which cuts, scrapes, and sands so much cleaner and easier. NB Toby, I kind of avoid PVC for that reason. Suggestion on a shade of green from any manufacturer. It depends on if you want saturated or desaturated. I always tend towards a more saturated, vivid color, and I kind of like Reaper Ancient Oak. I kind of like Reaper Ancient Oak for the application that we're talking about on yours. You might be able to find a good proxy for that in another manufacturer color line. These are fucking fantastic, NB Toby. The mold lines drive me a little bit crazy too. I'll tell you my secret for dealing with them. I only hit the ones that you can really, really see the first. First of all, prime the mini. Because priming a mini makes the mold lines pop out. So prime it and then go in, cut off the most egregious ones. And if you can't see them immediately, just leave them. They don't fucking matter. Nobody's going to notice them. This is a very good looking paint scheme that you have here, though. And I'm very curious what you're going to wind up doing with the cockpit glass for the color. Because that's going to wind up being important, what colors you put on the weapons and on the cockpit glass. And for that matter, on like the lasers and whatnot. But all in all, really clean, very effective work on both of those. Here we have from Cyber Knight again, just what I managed to paint today. Having the buildings base coated and the real paint color I can easily touch up with just takes a huge weight off my mind in an almost subconscious way. Also, hey, some streakers back there. Streakers where? I like the kind of asymmetrical color line that you put on here. Dividing up the, Why can't I remember the name of the building that I designed? Oh, I know why. Because I didn't name it, because Alex did. Condo Life, I think it's called. And yeah, we got some streakers being painted up back here. And I saw the initial prints that you did of these. These look like they're going to be pretty damn nice. I didn't realize how wide the wheels were on it when I just saw the renders, but the actual physical prints, the width of the wheels really came across, and I think that gives it a pretty interesting profile. Orange for the cockpit, cyan for the weapons. Yes, yes, yes. Make it vivid. Make it vivid. Good question, says NB Toby. Yeah, it's something bright, because the whole color scheme is effective and contrasting, but it's very subdued, and I think taking the opportunity to put a nice, vivid focal point, bam, right in the middle of the model, would really go well. I agree, yellow gold would look good and avoid weapon colors. My nose itches. Maybe I am having, like, an allergy attack or something. I don't know. Well, I'll tell ya, that's looking pretty damn nice. I love the use of the more turquoise for the window colors on this instead of more of a sky blue. And then you've picked out this part too. I can't wait to get the new version of this building in your hands, Cyber Knight, coming soon. I'm so close to being done with that project. Here we have from Chewy. Oh lord, oh lord, oh lord. Whew, folks, we've got a painter here. This is fantastic. This is really nice. Ooh. First of all, I've always loved these like super tall, wide brim witch hunter style hats. And then I also like man bat type models over here. This is some fantastic OSL. It's much brighter the closer you are to the actual lighting point. You can see it's very yellow right here against the guy holding it. It's a little bit more orange here, and then it's very diffused but still present on the face of the bat. And for that matter, on this little bit of collapsed tomb. This is lovely. And we've got warm tones in our OSL, and then as soon as you move away from the warm tones, we've got these very cool, kind of like, it's almost moonlit on this side, isn't it? And I don't know if this is what you were going for, though based on the look of this, you probably were. Very, very cool, bright colors back here. Instead of necessarily being in shadow, it looks like it's moonlit back here and lantern lit up here. And then we've worked in some greens and some browns and some warm tones in the fallen leaves. And it looks like we got some lichen and moss down here on the gravestone. This is beautiful. Beautiful OSL. I particularly like how you've got the angle here so that the folds of his coat are catching the light. Back over his shoulder a little bit there. This is fantastic. Chewie, this is fantastic work. I particularly like how you've used the pose of the bat like he's coming up over the fallen headstone. And then the light shining in his face, and like you can see the witch hunter guy is like about to see it. It's like a moment just before, in a horror movie when the monster pops out. This is like the guy's about to see it and react. I imagine him jumping backward. This is beautiful. Absolutely beautiful work, Chewie. I very much hope that you will continue to share your work with us, because that's fantastic. If you haven't posted it in the Showcase channel yet, please do. Please do, because more people need to see this. All the way to the bottom, White Wolf. What for? What's down here? So I managed to confuse Thunderhead to the point of I'm so dumbfounded I'm just going to repeat this a few times. The walking boob description, yeah, okay, comes from my little sister. She wandered to my hobby space to let me know dinner was ready and saw me working on the upper half of a super low detail IWM stalker. And okay. Showed her the legs and explained it was a mech, and her response was, oh, so it's a walking little metal boob. Okay. Alright. Fair enough, Amish Stig. But yeah, that did throw me a little bit. Now that said, now that we've gotten to the bottom of the self-propelled boob, that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, the end of the stream. So the question is, who are we rating? Who indeed? Let me have a look at who is doing what. Ooh, Bob Ross, Pokey Pokums. Teal Security is painting, and I'm gonna bet that's where we're gonna raid, but let me take a look at who else is on, because that list never gives me a full, true listing. Deckard VS, what is Deckard doing? This guy's got a pretty good stream. He's doing digital art right now. Do you guys want to see some texture art? Some digital texture art? He really has great production value, very welcoming stream, excellent streamer. Who else we got? Shorty Paint is going. Late Night Painter. Thick Mike is playing some Apex. So it's between Teal Security and Deckard VS. So the question is, folks, would you be interested in seeing more painting? Or would you be interested in seeing some digital art? It looks like we want to raid Teal Security. It really does. So I think that's probably what we're going to do. That makes sense. We're going to find an excuse to raid Deckard here at some point, because the guy has a fantastic stream. He really does. I'm going to go ahead and get this started. Bing, bang, boom, and away we go. See, Drakari wants to check out Deckard VS. Oh my gosh. You guys. Oh, yeah, I need to go get something to eat. Desperately. I do think maybe my blood sugar just dipped. Or something like that. I don't know. Somebody do me. You know what I'm going to do real quick? I'm gonna raid you guys over to Teal Security, but yeah. I want to give a shout out to Deckard VS. He is on right now. We're not rating him right now, but if you guys feel like checking out some digital art, go check out his stream. It's a real high quality stream. Throw the guy a follow. We'll try to get a raid in for him in the next week or so. Oh my God! Thank you to everybody who came out tonight. Really, thanks all around. Thank you guys for the follows. Welcome newcomers. Thank you guys for all the contributions to the Storm Report, and a big thank you to my mod team, one of the best mod teams right here on Twitch, make all of this possible. I apologize for the loud color of my shirt. It really, really is pretty loud, I realize, looking at myself on camera. I've got to go get something to eat. So I'm going to call it a night, and yeah, we'll be back Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday. We're doing oils on Thursday, so be here for that. Battletech Tuesday. Until next time, keep on painting.